Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of our March 2021 board meeting. We'll start by establishing a quorum. So, Brooks, can you please call the roll?
Member Sun.
Present.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Rucker. Member Rodriguez.
Morning, here.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Here. Good morning.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Glover-Woods.
Here.
Member Fatah.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Burr. Good morning. We have a quorum established.
Okay, good morning. I'm going to start with just the general announcements. For those who wish to dial in for public comment, members of the public should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time we will ask for public comment for each item on the agenda. Public comment may be provided by dialing the phone number and the participant access code, and then following each of the operator's prompts. Upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment, and will also ask the public calling in for public comment to please turn down the speaker volume of their computers if they're following the live feed to avoid an echoing effect. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Board members, please mute your microphones when you're not speaking and keep your cameras on at all times except during scheduled breaks to ensure that we maintain a quorum throughout today's virtual meeting. If you do need to take a break, please do turn your camera off at that time and try to space your breaks so that we maintain a quorum. For each item on the agenda, there will be an opportunity for you to raise your hand and use the Zoom participant window if you'd like to ask a question or make a comment. And we're going to begin with item 3. Item 3 is the approval of Indicator 17 of the State Performance Plan and Annual Performance Report for Special Education. And the CDE recommends that State Board approve the State Systemic Improvement Plan prepared by the Special Education Division to be submitted to the Federal Office of Special Education Programs by the mandated submission date of April 1st, 2021. This item will be presented by Heather Calamise and Shiloh Bessamil of the CDE. So please begin. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Heather Calamise, the Director of the Special Education Division. And we're here today to talk about the State Systemic Improvement Plan, or the SIP, as we like to call it as an acronym. So we'll head to the next slide. And we'll walk through and really talk about what is the SIP, how did we get here, how's it going currently in terms of implementation, and then talk about next steps towards the end of the presentation as well. The SIP is as Dr. Linda Darling-Hammond stated earlier, it's part of the annual performance report and state performance plan that the board approved in January. The APR includes 17 indicators that measure outcomes for students with disabilities. And so the SIP actually is the last indicator, indicator 17. And so we'll talk a little bit about what that means. It's a mix of really compliance and results indicators as well. The next slide. The SIP is really designed to be a comprehensive multi-year plan that's really focused on improving results and outcomes for students with disabilities. And so the SIP is designed really to be implemented across states in order to have maximum impact for students with disabilities. And so it's a little more dynamic than some of the other indicators because it is sort of a real-time multi-year process that states undergo. Next slide. The ESSEP itself covers 7 years. So this ESSEP was developed in the 13-14 years. So we are now in the final year of the ESSEP. And so we'll talk a little bit about that today and sort of what that means for the state of California. The ESSEP is developed in 3 phases. And so we'll talk about those phases and sort of what they encompass. But for your reference and knowledge, we are currently obviously in the last and final phase of phase 3. And the goal of the ESSEP really is to really look at alignment across state and federal systems so that the students with disabilities are supported sort of within that system as well. Next slide. And so the phases that I mentioned before, the phase 1 really is looking at data and really identifying evidence-based practices that can be scaled across the state. And so part of that data analysis includes determining a state-identified measurable result, we like to call the SIMR, and then a selection of strategies, and then obviously implementation as well. So that sort of bleeds into phase 2. And for us, phase 2 really, in terms of the implementation, looked at really sort of that infrastructure development, support for LEAs, and the implementation of the best practices as well. Phase 3, in which we're currently at now, as stated before, is really looking at the results. How far did we progress? And then, looking at the consideration of any revisions to the ESSEP as well. Next slide. In terms of California's theory of action, the theory of action that was developed in 2013, 2014 is really broad, but it looked at the accountability efforts and resources to ensure that they're aligned and that they're also evidence-based and included in comprehensive plans such as the LCAP to really meaningfully address students with disabilities along with their peers to improve outcomes. So a really broad ESSEP, but also given the state of California and how big it is in the various needs, sort of met the needs of California during that time period. Next slide. These slides here you've seen before. Actually, you've seen them in January, but just again to remind the board here that when we're looking at socioeconomically disadvantaged students with IEPs in the 1920 school year, 13% of those also have IEPs. Next slide. And again, foster youth, again, 20% of foster youth within the state of California have IEPs. Next slide. And then English learners with IEPs in 1920 with 17% as well. And next slide. And then in terms of students with IEPs in one or more of the LCFF student groups, we have 70% of students with IEPs that are in one or more local control funding groups as well. So I will now kick it over to Shiloh to talk a little bit about the summary of phase 2 and then talk about phase 3 as well.
Good morning, board members. It's lovely to see you again. As Director Calamise was talking about the work we did in the data evaluation and sort of looking at this data of the state, it was very clear to us that the LCFF student groups and the proportion of students with disabilities within those groups really made an argument for us to hook into what was already occurring within the state. Instead of creating a separate process or a separate support system for students with disabilities, it was important to look at what was already being done. And at that point, and this was in 2014 and 15, we had this system of support that was working and the dashboard that was starting. And so all of this work sort of came together, and we decided at the Special Education Division to really make our ESSEP part of this system of support. And so So as you can see, we sort of developed, the statewide accountability system became into transition, and we sort of outlined the changes into the state infrastructure that we needed to make so we could align both the SIP work and our work really with students with disabilities with what was happening already with LCFF and LCAP implementation. We addressed plans to support our integrated improvement for efforts for students with disabilities. One of the biggest things that we did is we sort of realigned our monitoring system so that we were using the same indicators. We worked very closely with our system of support partners and included being at the table talking consistently about how we can improve both the outcomes for all students, because as you know, students with disabilities are part of the general education population, and they are part of their general education students first. And so we wanted to really make that clear within our SIP that we were part of the system of support and part of the functionality of improving all students. So this was really reiterated a coherent approach and offering support to LEAs who identified both in our monitoring system as needing support for students with disabilities, but also through the dashboard differentiated assistance. As you remember, the first year that we identified districts as being in differentiated assistance, well over 60% of those districts were identified or because of their outcomes for the students with disabilities student population. So it was really important for us to make sure that we were working in step with the system of support. So as you know, phase 3 spanned 5 years with a report on the progress and our results for the SIP implementation. This report here covers the 5th year that you're looking at of phase 3 and implementation and provides sort of a general update on our implementation process. As you will probably see through our submission, that our state identified measurable result, affectionately known as SIMR, is it is assessments in both English language arts and mathematics for students with disabilities. As you know, that will kind of causes a little bit of interesting quandary for us going forward, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But what we really what we wanted to see was if we hooked into identifying districts with the dashboard indicators and working with the system of support, we believed that that would help improve outcomes, not just for students without disabilities, but students with disabilities as well. And so we would see the increase in those assessment scores overall. As you know, COVID has changed many things in the world, and one of them is our available data for the SIMR. So this is based on 1920, and as you know, we received a policy letter, the U.S. Department of Education issued a policy letter on March 20th, and so we do not have any assessment data because California did not give the assessment in the statewide assessment in 2019-20. But that doesn't mean we haven't made any progress, and Director Calamise is going to talk about some of the work that we've been doing, and we also have guests that are going to talk a little bit more about the work that we have been doing during this year to really improve and address some of the concerns that have come up through LEAs around students with disabilities and their progress. So Director Calamise is going to talk a little bit more about some of the work that we've done, but I wanted to sort of highlight the work that we've done within the system of support. Again, we have talked a lot about the disparities and the work there, our work around disproportionality, our work within the SELPA leads, which we're going to talk a little bit more about, and also the work we've been doing to improve access through our Supporting Inclusive Practices project. So this is really all the efforts we've been sort of offering through both the system of support and for our students and our districts who are struggling around outcomes for students with disabilities. And that was really the biggest part of our work inside the SIP. So as you'll see, we'll talk a little bit more about that. But we wanted to highlight the process that we went through. We started with looking at our data, and those are the charts that you see affectionately known as the Pac-Man charts, where you see the data really shows that when you're talking about the LCFF student groups, you're not talking about students with disabilities separate. They're part of those groups. And so it made sense to us to hook into a much larger system. What that meant for us over time and over the last 5 years is that our SIP has been about statewide implementation. In many states across the country, their SIP started very small, a few schools in one district or a couple of districts, and with an attempt to scale up. We did not take that approach here in California. The approach we took was we're going to start with everyone, and we are going to do as much as we can within the system that we believe will work, and that is through the system of support. And so that is the process that we've been working through these last 5 years. And so I'm going to send it back to Director Calamise so she can talk a little bit about the efforts that we've been going through this year that have really rounded out this asset.
Let me unmute myself. In terms of I think we can probably go to the next slide. In terms of actually the partnering with our SELPA system improvement leads, as you may or may not know, our SELPA improvement leads are located in El Dorado County SELPA, West San Gabriel, and then the Riverside County SELPA really serve as our SELPA improvement leads across the state and have been foundational in this work as they all three really build capacity across our in terms of improvement process for SELPAs across the state. Also looking at developing and implementing new tools and resources for our SELPA leaders to use. They also launched a series of coffee talks, which were virtually facilitated meetings to really focus on pressing topics and challenges in the field. And then also the SIL project also launched the Data Improvement Center, and that sort of data center, if you will, displays 6 years of state performance or SPP indicator data and tools to really assist SELPA and LEA administrators in developing or identifying patterns and trends and data sort of trajectories so that, folks are able to sort of get down the field and in front of issues and really identify them and proactively address them before they bubble up and become problematic across LEAs at the local level. So that tool is really useful in sort of looking and projecting down the field and really offering real-time data to our community in the field. You can go to the next slide. In terms of the sort of next subset down are the content leads. And so our content leads really are focused on implementing and providing evidence-based practices to really effectuate change for our students with disabilities. So, just in short, run down the list here are content leads consist of the Imperial County SELPA, and they serve as a content lead for our dually identified students who are identified with a disability, but also identified as an English learner as well. South County SELPA serves as our lead as really through disproportionality through our equity disproportionality and design project. Our Marin County SELPA really is supporting the in partnership with the California Autism Professional Training and Information Network is the lead for really those best practices for students that are identified across the spectrum across the state. We have our supporting inclusive practices, which you'll hear from a little bit later in just a little bit, and then we also have the California Scale Up, and in terms of our MTSS system statewide as well. Okay, next slide. And then,
so I think this is the point where we're going to work with our guests.
Yep. So at this point, I will hand it over to our guests, and they will walk us through some of the implementation and the effects of the implementation across the state as well.
So we wanted to introduce our folks from the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project, Kristen Brooks and Kevin Schaefer. They're going to present some of the work that they've been doing this year across their project, along with a couple of LEAs, and sort of highlight some of the successes that they've had in sort of implementing some of the work, even in our current pandemic environment. So we're very, very happy to introduce both Kevin Schaefer and Kristen Brooks. I'm going to stop sharing and allow them to share. And then They will walk you through that, and then we will finish up the presentation talking about sort of the next steps around our SIP project and our work. So thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to share our work with you. My name is Kristen Brooks, Executive Director with the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project out of Riverside County Office of Education. And alongside me is Kevin Schaefer, whom you'll hear from momentarily. He's the Director of Equity and Inclusion out of El Dorado and also co-director of SIP. You'll also hear from educators, leaders, and project partners deeply dedicated to the work within SIP throughout the state. But we'd like to first start by sharing about what it is that we do for those of you who don't know much about our project just yet. So our vision in supporting inclusive practices is to intentionally design equitable and inclusive systems for all kids. And our tagline here is sort of innovate, include, and impact. And our mission and focus is to provide tiered technical assistance to our LEAs throughout the state, focused on those indicators that Shiloh and Heather went through just earlier in terms of 3, 5, 6, and 7. And those are focused on least restrictive environment or inclusion, as well as achievement for kids pre-K through 22. And this tiered technical assistance is in the form of tier 1 level is providing professional learning and thought partnering and sharing resources with anyone throughout California who's interested in increasing inclusion and achievement for students with disabilities. But really, we're talking about all students. Once we start saying we're just talking about students with disabilities, we're doing the opposite of inclusion, right? We are by default starting to segregate kids. So we're really talking about how do we address the needs of all marginalized populations throughout the state. So this professional learning and thought partnering and resource sharing is at no cost to anyone in California. At a tier 2 level, we have 50 grantees across California, and they are really focused on that we're working on direct support with them. So boots on the ground work and looking at what is their current state and their desired state and how do we get there. It's not a toolkit saying this is how you do inclusion or this is how you, reach these achievement milestones. It's really about what's unique to their culture and their community and walking alongside them in this journey and providing that support along the way. At a tier 3 level, that's when the department contacts us and asks us to provide, project support or webinars or, convene and work with a different district who may not be a named grantee. Secondly, we support those leadership teams in their intentional design and sometimes redesign of their systems and support. Sometimes we have to take a couple steps back to take a few more steps forward, and there's nothing wrong with that. Again, we're meeting folks with where they're at. And then lastly, it's really about envisioning those outcomes, building capacity, and ultimately want to implement and scale and pay it forward and serve as a model for others. And focused on culture, policy, and practice. So what do we believe about kids? What are those policies that enforce what we believe? And then what are the practices happening in the classroom? We don't want to just put fancy vision and mission statements on the wall and say, we hope to get there, but really, how are we impacting kids down at the classroom level? And so this is just a quick graphic about where our grantees are throughout California. You can see very far down south, anyone from Los Angeles Unified, a large district, or Ventura County, all the way up to Wairika Union and Siskiyou up in the north. So we are throughout California and really, again, working alongside in a very organic process with our districts and supporting them to get where they want to be, to hit their targets. And just a caveat, if you look at any of our final reports, you'll see that our districts are increasing in inclusion and achievement anywhere between 5 and 12% across 3 years, so longitudinally, as high as some of our outliers in 24%. So we're making huge gains in inclusion and achievement for our kids, and we really believe that it's because of this relationship and this organic walking alongside folks and serving as coaches along the way. It's not just kind of a one and done support, but really taking this across time with them towards improvements. So I'd like to turn it over to Kevin.
Thank you, Kristen, and good morning, board members. We utilize a blueprint for inclusion to work with our grantees, knowing that many of our grantees, some have bought into improvement science through the SIL grant project, and others utilize implementation science. So our approach is one of really looking at and honoring the context in which each of our grantees are implementing inclusive practices. So as Kristen mentioned earlier, we start with envisioning. We work with a cohesive leadership team, and we address the vision, mission, and values that are specific to that LEA. And honoring that vision, mission, and value statement, we want to enforce that to move into our behaviors. And do our behaviors reflect our vision, mission, and values around all students achieving to the best of their potential? Once we've defined what our vision is for inclusion, we build the system. We ensure that the building of the system is created prior to the implementation of the supports that have been designed around inclusion before any of the users, the teachers, the families, the students experience those innovations so that they're set up to be successful in the implementation process. And then we want to scale up across the organization, across the LEA, across the state, et cetera. And then once we've reached a level of project reaching their scale that we had expected or envisioned, then we want to pay it forward. We want to create model sites. We want to create model organizations so that others can benefit from the work that has been done. Next slide. And you can find out more about the Supporting Inclusive Practices project from our website at www.sipinclusion, as well as our social media. Our focus is to create a community across the state such that we can move beyond just the 50 grantees that we work with, but influence inclusion beyond just the Supporting Inclusive Practice project, and thought partner with others as much as our capacity allows. And you'll find on our website all of the no-cost registration for our events, as well as the archives of the EDGE newsletter and the distance learning innovations for special education. Next slide. And what we've learned in our experience over the past 6 years, the project has been in existence, is that there's not a toolkit for inclusion. It's an organic process that honors the context, the initiatives, the priorities around each individual LEA. And it has to be intentional design. That's why we start with the envisioning within our blueprint. What is the vision and how do we build it? And that's where the support for supporting inclusive practices comes into play. And we have to work with school boards, superintendents, and leadership teams, especially in that envisioning, building, and implementation process. How do we communicate? How do we create a sense of urgency within our systems that this work has to be done in a very thoughtful way, but also with that sense of urgency that our students are currently moving through the system? Shiloh had mentioned earlier that students with disabilities are general education students first. That if we don't break down those silos and self-imposed barriers, then we are creating a bifurcated system in which students with disabilities will continue to be marginalized and disproportionately represented in our special education system. And then finally, we have to change our adult mindsets. We start with culture. What do we think about students with disabilities? Do we own the fact that students with disabilities are not achieving at the same rates as other students? We have to change adult mindsets, get the system ready, and reculture with a focus on relationships with each other, relationships with our students, relationships with our families and our community stakeholders. So we wanted to make sure that we left enough time so that we could allow for our grantees to share the amazing work that they have been doing. And I would like to hand it over to Heather Richardson, the Eureka City Schools Director of Early Childhood Education. Heather?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. Like Kevin said, I'm Heather Richardson. I'm the Director of Early Education for Eureka City Schools, all the way up here in Humboldt County, California. So with the support of regional and state partners, including Kevin and Kristen and the SIP team, Mindy and our Humboldt Del Norte SELPA, and now with Patty and the Captain program, our district preschool program, which is Winsler Children's Center, has reinvented the way that we've provided our special education services through inclusive practices. Over the past 3 school years, we've moved from a completely separate SDC classroom to a fully inclusive preschool model in all of our classrooms. I'm incredibly proud of the hard work all of our early educators have been doing here every day to build strong foundations for all of our students. And the work that's being done here is deepening our connections with each other, with families, and has proven to have lasting effects on all of our students' outcomes well beyond their preschool years here with us. So the support that we've received from our school district, the SELPA, and at the state level through SIP has helped us reinvent our program. And it's helped us create a system that will, while it's still very much in progress, has become a model for what quality and inclusive practices can look like in early childhood programs and how they can be scaled up in other programs across the state. SIP grant funding has allowed us to enhance our learning environment in our own program and also pursue professional development opportunities, including sending a team of 11 educators from our school district and our county office to the California Beginning Together Inclusion Facilitator Training Institute, all the way down in San Diego in 2019. Through our program's continuous improvement cycles, we've identified needs in supporting students with autism, and through our SELPA, we're able to pursue captains' support in the use of evidence-based practices, as well as continue networking with programs and districts across the state as a SIP grantee. And to say that I'm excited to see where we're going to be going next is a total understatement. So now I'm going to turn it over to Mindy, and she's going to share a little bit about the work being done at the Humboldt-Del Norte SELPA level.
Great, thank you, Heather. Good morning, everyone, and thank you again. My name is Mindy Fadig, and I'm the Executive Director for the Humboldt-Del Norte SELPA and the current Chair for the State SELPA Administrators Association of California. Our SELPA has been a Captain Cadre member since 2013. Locally, we have seen a tremendous increase in the number of students with autism over the years, as I'm sure everyone has had statewide. And it continues to remain a priority to bring evidence-based practices in educating our students with autism in the least restrictive environment. It's also been a priority noted with our local SELPA governance board to continue this support and have funded a portion of a behaviorist since 2013, excuse me, to provide the support to students, families, and staff in all of our districts. For the past 3 years, SELPA has partnered with Eureka City Schools, Heather Richardson and her group, Humboldt County Office of Education, and supporting inclusive practices, the SIP grant, with Kevin and Kristen, working on provided training, coaching, and support for successful implementation of inclusive environments. Again, a focus this year and the last 3 years has been on the inclusive programs in the Winsler site, which Heather talked about. In addition, Humboldt-Del Norte SELPA applied and was selected to be a regional captain lead for the coastal region of far northern California, which Patty's going to talk about later. We recognize the education historically has been in silos. Special education, general education, and even sometimes unintentionally grant work has been in silos. So this was really a thoughtful, mindful opportunity to bring the resources and expertise through the California Department of Education state grants of the SIP work with Kevin and Kristen with the district, and the state captain regional grant through the SELPA to bring comprehensive collaborative evidence-based practices to build upon and expand not our inclusive preschool programs. And of course, as Heather said, they benefit all students, both academically and social emotionally, and especially in our far rural area up here in Humboldt County, where staffing supports and resources can be extremely challenging. So we all know it's about providing equitable opportunities in the least restrictive environment that benefit all of our students. We are seeing firsthand the benefit of these inclusive programs with ongoing staff training and support, and really a true partnership in learning with families and students and staff. I can tell you it's an exciting time up here in Humboldt-Del Norte SELPA to bring the work of the county, the district, and the SELPA with 2 state grants to collaboratively pool resources, expertise, and learn from one another to better the outcomes for all of our students. And we are proud of the work of our teachers and admin collaboratively and what they've done in order to create this model program. And not only as Heather was talking about, we've created this really awesome, fantastic inclusive preschool program, but we're really setting the foundation of support through SIP and Captain to expand those inclusive practices throughout the grades, not only just in Eureka City Schools and their district, but SELPA-wide in all of our districts, which is over 32 school districts. So very excited with this work, very excited of the collaboration, and again, much appreciative to the captain and the SIP grants that we have. We couldn't do it without them. And to discuss more about the important work of the state captain grants, which has been vital in this work, I'm going to turn it over to Patty at this point.
Thank you. As Director Fattig mentioned, Captain came into existence in 2013 as a partnership between the California Department of Education Diagnostic Centers, the Department of Developmental Services, and the UC Davis Mind Institute in order to implement the recommendations of the Legislative Blue Ribbon Commission and the Superintendent's Autism Advisory Committee for improving services and outcomes for students with autism. In order to disseminate vetted resources and information, we first developed a website that links users to online learning modules, infographics, and other resources about evidence-based practices in autism. This website and its contents are universal support that are available to anyone for free. As Director Fattig shared, our Tier 2 targeted supports involve our Captain Cadre, who are deployed through each SELPA to assist teachers in specific classrooms with learning to implement evidence-based practices using high-quality professional development practices. Beginning in 2019, we partnered with the Marin County SELPA as the SELPA content lead for autism and evidence-based practices and began offering Tier 3 intensive supports. These supports are designed to build each SELPA's capacity for supporting their districts in the use and scale up of evidence-based practices that will result in improved outcomes. We've recruited 13 SELPAs as partners in this work and are training their teams in the use of implementation science strategies and practices. These SELPAs in turn work with their districts, establishing district teams and setting up transformation zones where the infrastructure, systems, and supports are put in place to begin to scale the use of evidence-based practices across the entire district. So in this case, Humboldt Del Norte SELPA is one of our 13 SELPA partners, and they're working with Eureka City Schools beginning at the preschool level as their transformation zone for using evidence-based practices to improve LRE for students with intensive support needs, such as autism, with the eventual goal being to scale these practices across the entire district. Next slide. In summary, our formula for success is simple. Evidence-based practices multiplied by effective training, coaching, leadership, and regionalized supports, multiplied by creating the systems within the SELPAs and LEAs will result in better outcomes for students. Thank you for the opportunity to share our work with you here today. And I'm going to now hand it back to Kristen Brooks with the Supporting Inclusive Practices.
Thank you so much. Amazing work you guys are doing. Really appreciate you being able to share it today. I'd like to now turn it over to Drs. Matheny and Betters. We're traveling down south here in California now to talk about the East Valley SELPA approach to SIP, working alongside San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you, Kristen, and I would like to thank the board for this opportunity. And we're going to share our journey as we begin to be a recipient of a SIP grant. And so to begin with, just a little bit about the East Valley SELPA. We're a multi-district SELPA in San Bernardino County, and as Kristen said, that's in Southern California. We encompass 5 unified school districts and a portion of the county office. Within those 5 school districts, we have almost 80,000 students, and 11,000 of those students are students with disabilities. Our districts are very different from one another. Some of our districts are in an urban area, some are more rural, and some are suburban. But that alone doesn't describe the East Valley SELPA. We have great differences within our region. So we are the home of one of the world-renowned medical centers, Loma Linda University Medical Center. We just a few miles down the street from that center, we have a growing homeless population. So we have great differences within our community and our communities. And what we wanted to do is to take a look at what do we value, what do we do, and what are our next steps to improving. And so the East Valley SELPA is known for focusing on parent-school relationships, particularly alternative dispute resolution. Not only am I the administrator of the East Valley SELPA, but I'm also the chair for the State Association's ADR committee, and I'm the treasurer of the State SELPA Association. And in those capacities, I've planned, facilitated, and hosted the annual ADR conference. Last week, we had our first virtual conference and had over 1,100 attendees. It was very well received. I've also worked very closely with Shiloh and Heather's team at CDE to assist with the grant distribution for the ADR, ADRE, and ADR COVID grants. In addition, the East Valley SELPA, next slide, has focused greatly on improving opportunities and outcomes for students with disabilities. So we are a regional provider of technical support. We ensure that school districts meet the state and federal performance targets that you heard about from Shiloh and Heather. And we really have now focused on increasing practices to include students in all settings who have disabilities. One of the things we've been doing well is that we have not been identified as districts that are significantly disproportionate. But we also know that because of our great diversity, we needed support, and we needed support via this state grant to expand inclusion, to expand access and equity. But where did we begin, particularly this year as a first-year grant recipient and with a pandemic happening? Where do we start this work? And so under Kristen's leadership, we took a look at what is that first stage of implementing this grant. And we recognized that it was an organic process and that it would require us to envision and to change mindsets and work with our school cultures. And so what I decided to do was to pull together the East Valley SELPA SIP leadership team. And so on the next slide, you'll see that that encompasses 3 administrators from each of our school districts, as well as our county, San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, as well as our Chief of Equity and Access via the county. And so we came together and we began talking about how do we inspire people to change? How do we encourage people to take on this shared vision of including our students in every capacity on educational campuses? And we knew we were committed to growing and changing, but we weren't quite sure how we were going to accomplish that. And so with Kristen's leadership, we dug into a book study. And so that book study has been going on now since the late fall. And it's all around, I think it's on our next slide, Kristen, a book entitled Change the Culture, Change the Game. And so this professional learning has brought together these leaders from our school districts, which include cabinet members, assistant superintendents, as well as site principals and directors of special education and instructional services. And what I would like to do next is have one of our members, our Chief of Equity and Access, talk to you about her experience as being part of this leadership team and what she's gained from it and what we hope to be our next steps as we move forward as a grant recipient. So Dr. Betters?
Thank you, Dr. Matheny. Good morning, board. So we recognize that we have the greatest amount of diversity that we have ever seen as a nation, and that is represented in our current generation of students. In fact, we know that research tells us that they are not only the most diverse generation, but they have the highest of expectations for diversity as it relates to their daily lives, which means the adults in their school environment and their school experience must be inclusive of those dimensions of difference to ensure a school culture that is explicit in clarity and coherence around the results of providing a sense of belonging for all students. I have heard the words result and goals a few times this morning. And I think when we talk about goals or results, it's important that what we are saying is that we have common language about what progress looks like. Next slide, please. So this book study is really helping us as school leaders create common language about what to focus on and shifting to, or in some cases enhancing, an asset-based lens to teaching and learning, as well as school improvement. I heard that today too, and transformation of schools. That's going to anchor us to the result of having school cultures that benefit each student, and especially those that have been identified with exceptional needs. Next slide, please. Survey. That's not my slide. Did we skip a slide? That's okay. And to move from current culture to new culture, we have to be able to acknowledge difference, but not to get stuck there. Peter Drucker says that culture eats strategy for breakfast, meaning culture shifts occur when people believe at a fundamental level in the efficacy around inclusive school cultures. When we talk about educational equity and equitable educators, we ensure at a baseline that our school environments are welcoming and wrought with care and joy. Board, I want you to know our schools will absolutely look different. You guys know that. Under the leadership of Dr. Brooks and Dr. Matheny, this partnership with SIP and SBCSS through East Valley SELPA will allow us to ensure that they also feel different. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time and sharing out. And it's been quite a journey. I know Kevin and I have just enjoyed working with all of you so much. And to the board, we really appreciate this opportunity to share. I'd like to pass it over back to you all.
All right. Great. Thank you so much, Kevin, Kristen, Mindy, Heather, Patty times two, and Sharina for presenting here today. Just happy to always be in partnership, and thank you for spending some time and really enjoyed sort of walking through your journey with you here today. So again, thank you so much. We can flip to the next slide and really towards we're now in the back half of our presentation. And so we'll talk a little bit about first and foremost, I think one of the cornerstones of the SUP in terms of requirements is really sort of is engaging with our stakeholders and community. And so there have been sort of several efforts ongoing throughout the development and implementation of the SUP in terms of really digging in deep with the community and dialoguing about the work that's occurring. And so one of the ways in which we have engaged our community is really through the Innovative Solutions Work Group. And so, with the impact of COVID-19 creating those challenges challenges for LEAs across the state, the CDE used this as an opportunity to engage those stakeholders to get the feedback on various topics related to students with disabilities, outcomes, distance learning. And so this was initiated by Superintendent Thurman to provide a practical guidance to teachers and administrators in order to support students and families in the shift to distance learning almost a year ago today. And so the CDE formed the Innovative Solutions Work Group. The work group had over 130 participants, consisted of parents and teachers, service providers, administrators, and representatives from other professional organizations. And throughout the meetings, the participants focused on specific topic areas, and so and really sort of served as a think tank to really support and offered continuing improvement efforts during the time. And so some of the topics just included early childhood resources, least restrictive environment, mild and moderate intellectual, supporting some of the low incidence needs of our students as well, supporting parents and families. And of course, providing and really brainstorming around mental health and mental health resources for our students as well. The second is really the CDE began broadcasting webinars every Thursday and covering, again, various topics similar to the ones that I mentioned above as well. And those webinars can still be accessed on the CDE website and still serve as, I think, a valuable resource across the state even now. We conducted a survey. And so the survey went out to every special education director and LEAs across the state, really to gather feedback, and was used to design some of those webinars and subsequent meetings as well. And it also helped serve as a guide for how CDE developed the guidance and resources available to the field in the time as well. And so, of the LEAs that did respond to the survey, the results were actually equally distributed amongst really across the board in terms of geographic location, rural, urban, and LEA size. So it was a healthy mix, and I think a good representation of our state as well. In terms of ongoing stakeholder engagement, the targeted engagement with stakeholders, was in addition to some of the standard stakeholder engagement opportunities around the SUP, the statewide system support as well. And so as in prior years, the opportunities include monthly meetings, conference calls with statewide SELPA, bi-monthly meetings with our special education administrators of county offices, regular meetings, with the California Advisory Commission on Special Education, or ACSE, and then obviously the state board meetings as well served as stakeholder engagement sessions. Next slide. In terms of just some long-term next steps for us here at CDE, knowing that we still are faced with the challenges and also really the opportunities to really improve and progress with our system. Some of our long-term next steps really focus and center on remaining engaged in the activities and the efforts, related to statewide system of support and the special education resources leads, much of what you heard today, and really maximizing those internal and external partnerships. The SF, as stated before, will be submitted to OSAP people first. Next slide. In terms of the immediate, right, and I think that that for us here is really occupying a lot of brain space and manpower, really to address and be responsive to LEA and student need still during this very, very critical, stressful time for our community. And so our focus is to really ensure that IEPs and assessments are conducted and current for each student across California. And really the goal with CDE is really supporting LEAs in that process and ensuring that IEP teams and students are working towards relevant, timely, and meeting goals, and making sure that that system is in place so that high quality supports and services are still being delivered during this time, and teams have accurate information. And as schools open in the fall, or fully reopen in the fall, students will need additional supports. And so, we'll be engaging again with the field to really learn, topics that are surfacing and really circle back around on some of the guidance and webinars and things like that to provide, again, sort of updated resources and supports, again, as we head into the fall months. Next slide. And in terms of the CDE approach, how will we get there? Our monitoring, we're going to pivot just a little bit and really focus on what we call really the building blocks, or some foundational sort of best practices and really building high quality IEPs to support the needs of students. And we know the IEP is critical. It's a living document, and it really provides the roadmap and the trajectory for student success. So really, really digging in and focusing with supports to our LEAs to really, use relevant data, but also, develop a plan that is actionable and meaningful for the student and can be implemented during this time will really be our focus as well. We'll continue to build those resources to support the LEAs with those assessments as well, and service provision throughout the fall. As you may recall, we partnered with the California Association of School Psychologists to provide a webinar of assessments in COVID during this time. And so really ensuring that our community has the resources to conduct assessments, whether that be in person, whether that be hybrid or virtual, still will be an area of concern and a focus for us as well. Positive behavior supports. Obviously, as more students transition back, we're looking at ways in which we can really provide supports to the field around, positive behavior, pro-social behavior, and working with our partners across the state to really establish, I think some guidance and resources that will be helpful as more students transition back, and then. Continuing to collaborate with our technical assistance partners and really looking at teacher training, paraprofessional training, English learners with disabilities, but also, not only continued collaboration, but also I think really, really focusing and accelerating some of those efforts given our time frame. So. Of course, that will keep us plenty busy, and of course, really excited to partner with our SELPA leads and our content leads to really move the work forward and really assist us through this critical time. And at this point, that concludes our presentation. And thank you so much, and thank you to our partners who were with us here today. And happy to take any questions and go from there.
President Darling-Hammond, this item will require action. We do need approval from the board in order to move it to the U.S. Department of Education.
Thank you so much, Heather and Shiloh and all of our California colleagues up and down the state. It was really wonderful to both get that thorough explanation and to get those inspiring examples from the field. I particularly appreciate the surviving to thriving metaphor that really speaks to us. We want to open the phone line for the public comment queue. So if you could put up the public comment slide, that would be helpful. Thank you. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on the item can do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I want to ask Vice President Strauss, as our special education liaison, if she has any initial comments, and then I'll ask if there are any clarifying questions before we go to public comment. Vice President Strauss.
Okay, Heather and Shiloh, thank you so much for the thorough presentation that explained the process. I do think adding all the additional presenters with the work around the state really brings the theory to practice as to what we're trying to do. And I think we realize how important full inclusive, effective practices are for our students with disabilities and all of our students. And I just so appreciate, particularly when you look at where the grant allocations are, they're far north, they're in the far south, they're in the center part of our state. We're a really big, diverse state. And I so appreciate hearing the voices of what you are doing in early childhood education, collaborating with teachers and leaders to really change culture and practice. And really, we're changing a whole system here. And I just so appreciate the process that the state is engaged in. It's a big ship to move. And I think investing in capacity and training clearly is what we need to do statewide. I do appreciate the identification of when districts were identified for differentiated assistance. I think Heather said it was 60% of the districts were identified for in the special education subgroup. And so we know statewide that achievement with students with disabilities is a really critical issue. So all in all, I think this is a thorough process. It keeps us focused on the target of improving practice for all kids and for students with disabilities. And I think I just appreciate the coherent approach and connecting all the pieces. And for all the leaders out in the SELPAs and the districts that are doing this work, just thank you for the continued support to improve practice for special ed students. This was reviewed at the Advisory Commission on Special Ed, lots of good support for the practice. And I just really appreciate the entire process and the update to the board. Thank you.
Great. Are there any clarifying questions at this moment before we go to public comment? I'm not seeing any hands. So it was a very clear presentation, so we appreciate that. Seeing no clarifying questions, let's move to public comment.
There are 6 people signed up for public comment. I will open the phone lines now. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute and your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Diaz and I am with Californians Together. As an organization representing English learners, we want to ensure that students receive the support they need and are appropriately identified for those supports. It is for this reason that we encourage the State Board of Education to encourage stronger monitoring by local education agencies and the proportionality of ELs and other subgroups identified as dyslexic to their percentage of the total student population. This information can help LEAs reflect on the efficiency of their identification and intervention strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute and your time starts now. Good morning, caller. Are you there?
Yes, for me?
Yes, please state your name and affiliation for the record, and you have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Carla Herrera. Good morning. I'm Carla Herrera, a biliteracy educator and advocate for over 45 years and former ITC member. As past Vice Chair of the ALD Subject Matter Committee during the framework development, I appreciate that you have heard and heeded suggestions on the literacy plan for children to become literate and fluent, including and especially English learners. However, I'm alarmed and concerned about the notion of universal training for dyslexic. Yes?
Caller, this is for we're currently taking public comment for item 3, and I believe you would like to speak towards item 4. If you could just call back. If you could call back in a little while. Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you.
No problem. Bye-bye. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute and your time starts now. Okay. That looks like that concludes public comment. We had a couple callers hang up.
You're probably waiting for the next item. So
I'd be glad to make a motion to approve the CDE recommendation.
Okay, we can take a second and then have further discussion. So is there a second on that motion?
I second.
Member Rodriguez, thank you. And now is there further discussion? And Member Rodriguez, did you have a comment? Oh, you're on mute.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I love the statewide coordination to support inclusion. And I would also like to congratulate Dr. Charina Betters, who was one of our presenters today. She was just recognized as Woman of the Year for the California 23rd Senate District. So congratulations, Dr. Better. That is an accomplishment that's well deserved because you do amazing work. So congrats.
Great, thank you. And is there any further discussion of the motion? Member Navo.
I just had a quick comment and a quick 2 questions for the group. Obviously, I approve of the motion. I think I want to thank CDE for doing such a wonderful job of explaining this. It was very clear. You took something that's oftentimes very complicated and moved us through the process very easily in a way that is understandable and comprehensible. So I appreciate that, and appreciate our stakeholders who came in and shared as well. Incredibly valuable information for the field to hear what's going on. There's so much work happening around LRE and inclusive opportunities for students with disabilities. My question is this, maybe this is for Heather and Shiloh, the first question. To what extent do you think that LRE will become a bigger part of the accountability conversation beyond just the ESIP? And then maybe for Kevin and Mindy and Kristen, to what extent is the training that you're doing leading to conversations around UDL?
Thank you, Board Member Navo. In terms of the conversation of least restrictive environment, it is one that is always a topic that's on the table, right? And is something that as CDE and LEAs look at sort of our models of continuous improvement, wanting to always ensure that our students are afforded access, right? And maximum access to the extent possible, and really looking at some of our LRE indicator data across the state. Roughly 58% of our students are educated in a setting that puts them in a regular classroom at least 80% of the day. 18% are in a regular classroom at least 40% of the day, and so on and so forth. And so really looking at, the ways in which we can continue to provide that access, provide meaningful access for our students, I think will always be on the table and always be just a cornerstone it's just a cornerstone of IDEA in terms of really providing, that free appropriate public education in an environment that, will allow that student to grow, and not only grow, but also thrive. And that's really the goal. And so it is something that, LRE cannot be solved in a day. And so really for us, it's an ongoing effort to really ensure, as stated before, that, we are continuing to really push the envelope and really explore, really, again, providing innovative ways and access and exploring, alternate pathways and pathways to success for our students.
Thank you, Heather.
And Board Member Navo, the Universal Design for Learning is central to our work on many levels. We've worked up in Humboldt specifically. A year and a half ago before COVID, our team provided a day and a half in-person professional development opportunity for all the districts in Humboldt County around Universal Design for Learning. If you visit our website also, you'll see that we contract with Katie Novak and Andrew Tisha Fitzgerald to provide Universal Design for Learning around equity and anti-racism, knowing that UDL cannot stay in the realm of special education. It has to be a tier 1 universal level of support. Our work is always focused on ensuring that general education teachers, site administrators, district administrators, as well as special education and related staff are availed to the opportunities that Universal Design for Learning provides around equitable outcomes and access for students.
Yeah, and Member Navo, thank you, Kevin. I'm just going to piggyback on that because what's great about this whole system of collaboration and improving outcomes for students, all students, not just students with disabilities, is, Kevin and Kristen and their team come in and provide really quality training and resources and ongoing support. And then through the SELPA office, through the County Office of Education, through the member districts of the SELPA, we can provide that coaching, boots on the ground, and follow up with Kristen and Kevin as resources as an educational leadership team. So it's not the old traditional professional development one and you're done, go to a workshop and then put a book on a shelf. That is no longer how we're doing business in education. We truly are partnering in collaboration, and with the SELPAs providing the ongoing coaching through our state grants such as Captain and SIP.
And Member Navo, just a note about UDL in general, that this goes back to what Kevin was sharing earlier, in that this is an adult and systems readiness model. This is not a student readiness model. So implementing UDL as a framework is not a toolkit. It's not a new curriculum that you purchase and disseminate and is hugely costly. This is about learner variability from the outset, and us as the educators and the adults doing the work behind the scenes to make sure that our kids are the most successful in the systems that we've created for them. So that's the heart of UDL. And as Kevin mentioned, it really is across everything that we do when we work with our districts and every piece of professional learning. So.
Thank you. That's wonderful to hear. It was, UDL was called out as a priority back in 2015 with the Special Education Task Force report. So it's so encouraging to hear that it's a priority in all of the work and you're seeing results. So thank you, Board President Darlene Hammond, for allowing me the questions.
Oh, sure. I want to add on to that, and I also see that Member Rucker is waiting, but I would like to piggyback since my question deals right with this. And as you noted, Member Navo, I'm thrilled that the Special Education Task Force report that Mike Hurst and I got going years ago is, beginning to find its way into a universal system of education rather than two separate systems, Universal Design for Learning and work in the least restrictive environment being a key elements of that. I am curious to hear, as we continue to try to move in this direction, what the insights from those of you who are expert in the field are with respect to the challenges we've had with credentialing and preparing teachers in special education. California has been far behind many other states in providing access to least restrictive environment because of the credentialing system that was adopted some years ago that eliminated the expectation for a general ed credential before earning a special ed credential, which then meant that those special ed specialists could only teach in a restricted environment. And so that created more segregation. We've been trying to move beyond that, but we have these teacher shortages. 2/3 of the people coming in to teach special education are not completed and in many cases have not begun any preparation to teach. So there's a steep slope to help people learn the sophisticated practices of universal design for learning that require, quite a bit of understanding of learning, development, curriculum, a wide repertoire of teaching, and so on. And I would love to, hear what the advice is from those who are in the field. I know in Humboldt, there's a new teacher residency program preparing special educators from paraprofessionals who are moving into learning to become ed specialists. But I'm curious about other either reflections or strategies that are emerging as we try to deal with these issues.
I think if I may, Chair Darling-Hammond, address that, and this is Mindy Fattig again, and absolutely the residency program has been fantastic in here. As you know, we have a shortage California statewide, but especially it's difficult in our rural areas that need to attract people to the far rural parts of California. I would say in two parts. I'm also an instructor in the special education graduate program at Humboldt State University, an adjunct professor there for the last 7 years. And we've been really working with our general education counterpart at the State University in creating a trunk of classes, which I applaud CTC in your work in order to create those new credentialing requirements that are rolling out, that we all have common trunk of classes and understanding so that we can hopefully embed UDL as not just a thing that we have to learn or do, but it really is a culture and a mindset. And in that, for our teachers that we have now in the shortage we're finding, what's really effective is bringing in Kristen and Kevin and Patty and the captain work, and really not just working with students who traditionally teach students with disabilities, but we are all in this together as one system, and we need to do our professional training together. We need to collaborate together because these are all of our kids. And so moving forward, I think the CTC credentialing is going to significantly help in our efforts of we are all here together serving kids. And in the meantime, the work that the state grants have been doing locally with boots on the ground and creating that shift in cultural mindset, we've seen drastic differences in engagement from both the special ed educators and the general ed educators in providing quality UDL strategies for all students. So I hope that addressed your questions from my perspective.
Thanks.
I think in addition to that, the Supporting Inclusive Practices Projects works really closely with the Institutes of Higher Education in providing statewide training. Last May, we provided a universal design for learning training for student teachers as well as their supervisors, and created a Padlet of activities for student teachers who are unable to get their student teaching requirements met in the classroom setting, as well as working closely with the CSU system, Dominguez Hills, UC Davis, to ensure that universal design for learning is a framework that is part of the teacher training process. And then we've also created an alignment chart between the TPEs and universal design for learning resources that's available to any student teachers or supervisors across the state.
That is great. And I do note that the governor's budget includes more resources for both teacher residencies and for Golden State teaching scholarships for special educators, as well as teachers in other shortage fields. So we may be able to, with all of these efforts, turn the corner on this, but it's just a terrifically important area of work for us. And we really appreciate your educating us about it this morning.
And President Darling-Hammond, if I may add, this is Patty Matheny in the East Valley, SELPA. If I can share my personal perspective as well as professional perspective, I came up in the early 1980s. And in order to get a special education credential at that time, I also had to have a general education teaching credential. And so I learned my pedagogy, I learned curriculum, I learned instruction in those classes. And I learned then how to modify and accommodate students with special needs via my special education credential. And so what I saw happening in the last 20 to 30 years is we moved away from that, right? And so our current special education teachers, and this is where the change in mindset is the work we are doing in my region, truly believe they are not prepared to work with our students who have special needs. And that's far from the truth. Yeah. They have good basic instruction skills. They understand curriculum. They understand pedagogy. But we have created this silo system, and most of it was a result of the credentialing system to somehow help them to believe they can't do so. And I think a lot of our work needs to be done with our current teachers who have that belief. And if we can change that vision and work to have them understand the important value they provide to students with disabilities, I think we will help to move this needle.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Member Rucker?
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. And I so appreciate, and I always look forward to this particular presentation from the division to talk about not only the SSP, but the multiple dimensions for accountability. I'm actually glad, Dr. Darling-Hammond, to follow your question. When we talk about accountability, particularly in the special education system, we're actually looking at 3 dimensions almost at the same time. First, we're looking at accountability to report status and data points about the performance of the program on meeting a particular stated goals. Second, we're looking at accountability to report student outcomes. And that third piece is what you touched on, which was about the teacher credentialing, or about the professional preparation of educators. In a former life, I taught in the special education department at Sac State, and I taught those methods courses to special ed teachers. So I'm always concerned when I hear that there seems to be a gap in the preparation of education professionals. I think that what Dr. Brooks said about the purpose of these systems and the work that we're doing is about addressing the development and the work of the adults, not the students, to support the performance and improvement of the students. So I become concerned when accountability discussions about special ed starts to focus in the state performance report about the percentage of students and how much general education or mainstreaming they're actually receiving, rather than whether or not in the overall arc of the program, we are actually delivering the program in a way that best meets the needs of the students. So what I appreciated most from the presentation you all focused on today was the focus you provided to us about the overall outcomes, not whether or not the work that districts are doing to meet the performance goal actually interferes with what should be placement decisions about the best needs of the students. So what I appreciate is in the way that you all have described the work of your SELPAs, you are still continuing to focus on not just doing the work to address the performance goal, but to ensure that through the tools like the Universal Designs for Learning and the other actions that you're providing in the professional development, that the focus remains on ensuring that the programs deliver the best support and services to meet the needs of the students in the program. So this is accountability is really more an adult issue and an adult program performance issue than whether or not the students are placed to meet a performance goal. So I really appreciate the way that you all carefully explained and drew that distinction.
Thank you. I think Member Glover Woods had a hand up.
Thank you, President Darling-Hammond, and good morning to everyone. And thank you so much for just a very comprehensive and thorough presentation. I'm just excited to see many of you who presented today. I did have a question, or maybe even more of a statement, as it relates to LRE and percentages of students that are able to benefit from being in a more inclusive practices environment. So my wondering is, as it relates to the data, has there been opportunity to see how those that might be in more of a least restrictive environment, or those that are in more inclusive classrooms, how that plays out as it relates to our unduplicated pupil groups or student groups that have been disproportionately represented in special education, or even geographically, when we think about our districts that might be more urban or suburban or rural. I just wonder, again, knowing the benefit that those environments have for many students, how that plays out for students from different student groups, as well as, again, geographically across our state. If it's not data that we've been looking at as of yet, I can definitely understand that and just encourage us to perhaps start to look at that as well as we continue moving forward with these important projects. And thank you again so much for sharing this morning.
Thank you, Board Member Glover Woods. I can speak a little bit to that. So under the requirements in the in IDEA, we are required to look at disproportionality by placement. And so least restrictive environment is one of those areas. And so that really breaks down both race and ethnicity inside of a number of different categories for disproportionality. And so that is something we have been examining and as part of both of our 1 year and 3 year calculation of disproportionality over the last several years. So I think we have looked at it and we've seen some very interesting things. We obviously see students of color who are typically in more restrictive placements. And I don't think that is a surprise based on our disproportionality discussions from January. So that is sort of a trend we are seeing. And I think the work that we're doing both with our equity project through the SELPA content leads and through our TA provider SPP TAP is sort of beginning to address some of those issues. I know it is a key area. As far as regional or even by disability, we have begun to kind of look at that, and I will tell you how we're looking at it, and it will be interesting as we move forward. So we're coming to the end of our 6-year APR cycle, and we are going to need to set new targets. And so with our stakeholder group, we did look at I believe by disability and I think regionally, and we're going to come back to you all in the fall to kind of walk through the targeting process that we set forth with the stakeholder group and look at some of that data. So we can bring back some of that data around least restrictive environment because we will need to set targets that are approved by this board for submission to the U.S. Department of Education this fall. So we will be bringing that data to you for you to see.
Terrific, thank you. I think we have probably not exhausted our questions, but answered enough of them for the moment. And so we really appreciate this presentation. It gives us a chance to really learn about it and talk about something we all care very much about. We have a motion on the table. We have a second for that motion. And if there's no further discussion, I will ask Brooks to call the roll for a vote.
Member Sun.
Aye.
Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
Yes.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson. Member Navo.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Fatah.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, with that, and because we are moving expeditiously, we've earned a 15-minute break. So get a cup of coffee, whatever you need, and we will see you back here. Oh, let's be really generous and say 10 after 10, 17 whole minutes. Woohoo! See you soon. Don't leave the room, just turn off your video and your microphone. Brooks, could you please call the roll?
Of course. Member Sun.
Apologize, I was on mute. Here.
No problem. Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member McQuillan. Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member Fatah.
Here.
President Darling Hammond.
Here.
Member Burr.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move on to item 4. Item 4 is the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant. Here before us for approval. The CDE recommends that the State Board approve the State Literacy Plan, pending State Board Executive Director approval of any final revisions requested by the SBE and correction of any typographical errors. And this item will be presented by Barbara Murchison of the CDE. Nice to see you again, Barbara. Please begin.
All right. Good morning, President Darling Hammond, Chief Deputy Gregson, board members. I'm Barbara Murchison, Director of the Educator Excellence and Equity Division at the CDE. And today it is my pleasure to present to you California's Comprehensive State Literacy Plan. So let me see if I can get going and share my screen. And there we are. So as President Darling Hammond mentioned, today we are presenting the plan to you for approval. The CDE recommends that the State Board of Education approve the State Literacy Plan, but we made sure that the recommendation included some flexibility for us to be able to take any final revisions you request today and integrate them into the plan, and then we'll work with the Executive Director to make those changes and, of course, tidy up anything that we might find before making it officially approved. So as a reminder, the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant was an opportunity that we applied for back in June 2019, and we were awarded about $37.5 million later that year. The primary goal of this federal grant program is to improve literacy instruction for children and youth birth through grade 12. As part of the program, states are asked to develop, revise, or update their comprehensive literacy plans. So today we will be hopefully fulfilling one of the primary objectives of the federal grant program. The program also provides states with the ability to provide targeted subgrants to local educational agencies or LEAs to implement evidence-based programs to ensure high quality literacy instruction. We propose to do 3 things in our application. First, we propose to establish dedicated staff within the CDE to coordinate the state's efforts around literacy over the life of the project. We've already hired 1 CDE staff member to work on this grant full-time, and we've identified 2 others who are working on the grant half-time as California's in-kind contribution. These staff have already established structures to support ongoing collaboration and information sharing around all of the department's literacy efforts, including monthly literacy roundtables at the CDE, so that all of us who are working on various literacy initiatives can share what we're doing and ensure that our efforts are aligned, and we're aligning various projects as we can and potentially collaborating on some of them as appropriate. We also meet monthly with our key partners, the California Subject Matter Project, California County Superintendent's Educational Services Association, Region 15 Comprehensive Center at West Ed, and First 5 California to similarly share updates and brainstorm ideas around how we can improve student literacy achievement. The CDE staff supporting this literacy grant work will also have a much larger role in coordinating the work of the sub-grantees once we move to that stage of implementation later this year. Our second objective, we propose to develop and implement an evidence-based comprehensive state literacy plan that would align and integrate state literacy initiatives, the content standards, and our various guidance documents to support educators who are teaching students and children from birth through grade 12. So that plan, developed with stakeholders over the course of more than a year, is why I'm here today. And third, we propose to build local capacity to establish, align, and implement local literacy initiatives that emphasize family and community involvement to address the needs of California's most vulnerable children. So that's the next stage of the work. So I'm here talking to you about the plan today, but the vast majority of the funding that California received will go to providing professional learning for teachers to help them improve student achievement in literacy. 95% of the literacy grant funds, more than $35.5 million, will be subgranted to local educational agencies for that purpose. I'll talk a little bit more about those grants and how the plan will guide them in a minute. So the purpose of this plan is really to align and integrate state literacy initiatives, content standards, and guidance documents to support teachers of students birth through grade 12. It is not meant to establish new guidance on curriculum or instruction in literacy. California has formal processes in place to develop guidance on curriculum instruction, and we certainly didn't want to get sideways with any of that. The plan also does not include tools or templates. These are going to be housed, well, some of them are already housed. I'm excited to share with you today where we are housing resources, tools, and templates, our new online literacy resource repository. The plan is also designed to support continuous improvement of local literacy programs by bringing coherence to the wealth of guidance, policies, resources, and systems that California has in place to improve instruction and student achievement in literacy. So we know from our needs assessments and our ongoing work to support literacy instruction that many of our colleagues in the field are either unaware of the resources available to them or have difficulty accessing them or challenged to understand how all of the elements might work together. There is a lot going on in California, and trying to keep track of it, to think about how the various resources and policies and initiatives can work together to improve what's happening in a classroom is challenging, particularly for people who are running classrooms in schools and districts all day. So we felt it was really important to try and bring that all together for folks in one place. Our plan, of course, relies very heavily on California's Common Core State Standards for English Language Arts and Literacy and our groundbreaking 2014 ELA/ELD curriculum framework, but it also organizes a variety of other key documents and policies, such as the English Learner Roadmap Policy and the California Dyslexia Guidelines, into a comprehensive literacy framework. Finally, the plan models a continuous improvement process consistent with the continuous improvement process that districts have been using to improve local outcomes and to inform their local control and accountability plans. So we wanted to make sure that our process was consistent with the process that our LEAs are already using to think about continuous improvement. So it's been a bit of a road. About a year ago, we convened a group of 35 literacy experts to serve on the state literacy team. Members include teachers, school district and county office leaders, representatives from professional associations, and multiple representatives with literacy expertise from higher education. Additionally, one member each from the State Board of Education, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence were included on the team to ensure that multiple state policy experts were on hand to help inform the conversation. The team engaged in an accelerated version of the start of a continuous improvement process, discussing goals, reviewing data, and evaluating evidence-based literacy strategies to determine which ones might be best applied to address our identified areas of need. After that meeting, CDE staff took the team's input to create a working draft of the plan. Later that summer, we brought them back together for another 2 days to gather feedback on the updated draft. After that second meeting of the literacy team, we made additional revisions to the draft and then brought the plan to the Instructional Quality Commission for its feedback and to open up a formal public comment period. In November, we brought the public comment and our recommended revisions to the plan based on that comment to the IQC for approval. The IQC approved our recommendations and we updated the draft accordingly. We presented that draft to you at your January meeting and received additional feedback from both you and stakeholders. We've integrated that feedback into the latest draft that we're bringing to you for approval today. So this version, crafted over a course of more than a year and with input from hundreds of literacy experts and stakeholders from across the state, is what we are asking you to approve. So I feel like I need to take a moment to express my gratitude to the state literacy team, an amazing group of individuals. our partners both within and beyond the CDE, and everyone who made the time to provide public comment on the plan during the past year. All of these contributions have really strengthened the document. I also want to take a moment to thank the members of the Educator Excellence and Equity team who have been working on this plan and grant implementation for the past year. Aline Allison-Zaria, Jennifer Howarder, Joy Kessel, and Erica St. Andre. Creating a state plan is exciting because it presents multiple opportunities to talk to a lot of different people to learn more about what's really important to them. And it's often an exercise in balancing what is required with what is possible, and then working to organize all of that into a document that will actually be helpful to people. We experienced all of that with this plan, but since it was developed entirely online, this document presented a myriad of new challenges and opportunities to do things differently along the way. Aline, Jen, Joy, and Erica repeatedly rose to the occasion to create this document and to do a lot of other really exciting work around this grant. So many thanks to them for their hard work and innovative spirit throughout this last year. A quick reminder regarding how the plan is organized. We've got an executive summary providing a high-level overview of what's included. And then the introduction includes background information on the federal grant program, the purpose and logic model, a section on how to read the plan, and information about California's diverse student population. Then we get into the body of the document. The comprehensive and integrated literacy model helps us to meet our purpose of aligning and integrating state literacy resources and initiatives in order to demonstrate how they're connected and can be used in a coherent way. Really, this section of the plan identifies resources as defining both what best first instruction is, or as how these various resources can support best first instruction. The continuous improvement process section of the plan, which is a great deal of the document, goes through each step of the continuous improvement process that the CDE used with its partners to assess statewide literacy needs and develop a plan to leverage the grant funds to address those needs. It also includes a works cited section and a few appendices, including a glossary, data tables, and additional assessment results. So thank you again to you and the stakeholders who provided additional feedback on the document in January. We've taken that feedback and used it to update this draft of the plan. First, to clarify the comprehensive approach to English language development put forth in all of California's guidance documents, we've updated language throughout the plan in the statewide priorities to replace English language instruction with comprehensive English language development. Just to be very clear that when we're talking about English language instruction, we're talking about all of the themes in the framework. We also heard the concerns expressed around the section describing universal screening. We clarified the guidance on universal screening, including more information around appropriate timing and precautions around potential misdiagnosis of disabilities. I think this is a good time to reiterate that this plan does not contain any mandates or processes that schools are required to implement. These are recommendations that we've pulled from existing guidance documents. Consistent with continuous improvement process, we will be revisiting this plan regularly over the course of the grant, and we'll update the guidance within, both around universal screening as new guidance becomes available, and with other things. We anticipate that we'll have a new framework somewhere in the midst of our grant implementation. So at that point, we will revisit the plan and make some adjustments as necessary. We also strengthen the language in the asset-based pedagogy section, including acknowledging widening achievement gaps and the value of culturally sustaining pedagogy, in particular for communities of color. And we added language to the grades 6 through 12 statewide priority section regarding structured literacy interventions for older students. A lot of board conversation in January revolved around what our subgrantees would be expected to do. So we took that feedback and updated the plan to provide a bit more clarity on that topic. So all grantees will be required to implement programs aligned to the comprehensive and integrated literacy model, which means leveraging all the key themes in the ELA-ELD framework and all strands of the Common Core for ELA literacy. All of the grantees will be required to support teacher understanding and implementation of culturally relevant and sustaining pedagogies, and will also support implementation of evidence-based family literacy strategies. And consistent with our federal grant objectives, all grantees will be required to focus on the needs of historically underserved students, including children living in poverty, English learners, children with disabilities, and children of color. Grantees will also support LEAs to develop and implement local literacy plans, will be required to define, measure, and report relevant metrics, and will be expected to make appropriate course adjustments if defined metrics are not being met. So we will ensure that all of that is very clearly outlined in the request for applications that we hope to release relatively soon. So consistent with federal requirements, again, we're going to have 7, we're hoping to select, we're planning to select 7 local literacy lead agencies across the state. This will be county offices. Consistent with federal requirements, the birth through age 5 lead will receive 15% of the funding. There'll be 1 lead for that group of students or children. The 3 transitional kindergarten to grade 5 leads will receive 40% of the funding, and the 3 grade 6 to grade 12 leads will receive 40% of the funding. Subgrants to the local literacy lead agencies will support the implementation and study of evidence-based strategies to address the statewide literacy priorities identified in the plan and support the literacy needs of economically disadvantaged and high-need students. To be very clear, the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant priority, and this is the federal priority and our priority as well, is improving student outcomes by improving classroom instruction. Subgrantees are going to have some latitude in their applications to describe which evidence-based strategies they will leverage to improve literacy instruction for the particular group of students that they're serving and for the particular priority they want to go deep with. But ultimately, providing high-quality teacher professional learning to improve classroom instruction is the focus of this grant. 7 county offices are going to be selected to do this deep work around the priorities in the plan, and the CDE is going to elevate what they learn and the resources they develop to the statewide system of support so that everyone has access to the information that they are learning. So at this point, I want to share with you some of the resources the CDE has already developed or collected to support professional development and professional learning around literacy instruction statewide. Recall, like, our big objective here beyond the plan and beyond like creating some coherence by bringing on a couple of additional staff is really to build state and local capacity to support high quality literacy instruction. So as promised, we have been building out a literacy resources repository in a new space called California Educators Together. I'm going to cross my fingers, Zoom willing, I'll get us to the site. It's just been up for a few days. So once we get there, we'll see some interesting things, I'm sure. Last time we were together, I mentioned that we were building out sets of videos with our state literacy team. Our state literacy team had volunteered to help us like come up with evidence-based resources. Let's see if we can get there this way. If not, we'll try and get there another way. All right, so hopefully you can see we are loading California Educators Together. Somebody nod, can you all see this on your screen? All right, I'm going to keep going. If you can't see it, let me know. Here's our brand spanking new California Educators Together Literacy Resources Repository. And you can get to this from our main Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant webpage. I'll have a reminder of how to get there in a bit. But you can see we've started to compile some.
I think it's not showing on our screens, Barbara.
Okay, let me try another way.
Still seeing your slide.
Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to try another way. Because I would have just kept talking. All right, now you can see it. Can you not? Thank you. I see Member Rucker nodding. Thank you. All right, so here we are at our brand new Literacy Resources Repository. And I'm just going to show you a couple of highlights and encourage you and anyone else who's interested in perusing all of these cool things after our time together. But you can see we've organized things in a variety of ways. First, we have our birth through age 5 resources. Then we've got our transitional kindergarten through grade 5 resources. Then we've got our grade 6 through 12 resources. So we've organized them in collections by grade band, because again, this grant is organized by grade bands. And what I want to do is just go into the birth through age 5 resource collections just a bit so you can take a look at how we've got that together. You can see we've got a collection of resources to support assessment practices, a collection around asset-based pedagogy, a collection around best first instruction, a collection around family community engagement, professional learning and coaching, supporting English learners, supporting students with disabilities, and students who are struggling to read. So these are all priorities that are called out in the grant document. So I'm always a little nervous when I'm sharing new collections in real time. But even, and again, these resources have been curated by the state literacy team, either suggested or reviewed and curated to be of high quality, to make sure, because we know that managing resources is a challenge for folks. So much out there, so we wanted to make sure that what we were offering was looked at pretty closely, reviewed by the state literacy team and CDE staff. So in our asset-based pedagogy collection for the birth through age 5 grade band, you can see there are a couple of articles, there are documents, there are websites. I know it's a huge priority to us to think in particular around, how are we supporting our students with from African-American backgrounds. And you can see we've with an eye for that, there are a few resources just in here for the 0 to 5 group focused just on that. Let's see if I can get back. Supporting English learners for the 0 to 5 group. We've got another collection. And there are just a couple of resources in there. Again, just getting started, wanting to make sure that what we offer in this website is looked at closely, and we believe it to be evidence-based and of high quality. So I'm not going to click on all of these things because we've got a busy day, but I just wanted to give you a little preview of how we've got those collections for those grade spans. Last time we were together, I told you we were working with our state literacy team to build out this knowledge building video series. This one's just the intro, but I want to show you this one. Dr. Marianne Wolf, who is the director of UCLA Center for Dyslexia, Diverse Learners, and Social Justice, and kind of an international expert on dyslexia and how students learn how to read. Also is a member of our state literacy team. So she's worked with us, CDE staff, and from a couple of different divisions, worked together on this set of videos that that will help folks learn more about how do we support students who may be struggling to read. So I can click in one just to see what that looks like. And this is a video that can walk people through some of the science. It aligns it to how it relates to the plan. And then we've got just this large set of videos to help folks think about how they can improve instruction for students who may be struggling to read. So also in our knowledge building video series, because I think, you know, there are a lot of distinct efforts happening with literacy. Our division has this large literacy grant from the federal government. We also have the Early Literacy Support Block Grant that we're supporting in our division, but you know, the California Dyslexia Initiative is getting up and running. And there's ongoing work. I believe the Educator Workforce Investment Grant for Special Education also focuses on dyslexia. So not on dyslexia, on literacy. So people have questions about how all of this is going to fit together. Are all of those initiatives, you know, working nicely together? And I anticipate that this will be a place where we can share resources from across all of those initiatives. So here you have a rather large collection of videos around integrated and designated ELD developed by the California Department of Education. And it's quite a lovely series broken down by various grades around how you can support English language development. And these two collections are from the Educator Workforce Investment Grant. So our colleagues at CAST have been doing that work, and they have been creating materials. We have them in our knowledge building collection as well. So again, there's a lot to see here. It is in development. I think you may be the very first public showing of California Educators Together, and certainly the first showing of our new literacy resources collection. But the last thing I want to show you here, because you know we did hear from folks, the state plan looks fine. How does this work for local educational agencies? And I was like, oh, we're working on that. The way we're working on that is we've built out this local literacy planning toolkit. So that is also on California Educators Together. And this toolkit is designed to help LEAs think about their own literacy planning in a way that's aligned to the state literacy plan. The toolkit will also be on the California Department of Education web pages, so people can find it there as well. As we mentioned, our subgrantees will be supporting districts in their regions to do some literacy planning of their own. And you know, this is not required that people use these materials, but we've built out this set of tools so that folks can build, can engage in a continuous improvement process around literacy in a way that's parallel to how we have done it at the state to build our literacy plan. So with that, oh, I forgot to show you one more thing, but I'll just tell you at the very bottom of the collection, we do have a set of research articles that we've asked our colleague, Dr. Linda Friedrich, who is the Director of Literacy at West Ed, to help us identify some really high leverage kinds of literacy research so that we can build out kind of a library of research around how to support literacy across the grade spans. And we have that in a separate collection as well. So thanks to her for helping us too. So hopefully, okay, let's go PowerPoint. There we are. So once the plan is approved, we'll get to work identifying our subgrantees. We will continue to build out resources in our resources repository in a continuous manner throughout the life of the grant. Again, as our subgrantees are learning and building out resources, they too will go into the repository. But now the work begins of identifying our subgrantees. We are planning to make that RFA available by May and to grant the awards by September. We want to accelerate that timeline, potentially releasing the RFA next month and awarding the funds in August. But as circumstances evolve, we continue to consider how this grant is going to intersect and support all of the other investments that are happening with student literacy. So we'd prefer to take a little more time to think that through than to rush to get the RFA out the door. Right now, we're thinking about this large influx of funding that is coming to our LEAs from both state and federal governments to address student learning needs that may have intensified during the past year. I think a lot of folks are worrying about how to invest those funds wisely. So we're thinking about how we might encourage those who apply for this grant opportunity to braid various funding resources to amplify or expand the work that they will be proposing to do as a local literacy lead. But again, our guiding principle here, we are driven to ensure that our literacy efforts are coherent and evidence-based. So here's just a little reminder that all interested parties can find much more information around the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant Program and information about how the plan was developed on the CDE CLSD webpage. This week, we added the link to our online resources repository there, so people who want to go into that collection and explore can find the link there. And as always, we encourage everyone to join our listserv to stay looped in as the work continues. And if anyone has questions about the grant at any point, our email is clsdp@cde.ca.gov. So with that, here is our recommendation. Today we are seeking your approval of the plan, pending final approval of the board executive director of any revisions that you might request today. At this time, I'd be happy to respond to any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. We're going to get ready to queue up for public comment. Then we'll ask clarifying questions, then we'll hear comments and come back for discussion. So here is the public comment information, and we'll open that queue. Members of the public wishing to provide comment may call the telephone number and use the access code provided on the slide. And while we're waiting for members of the public to call in, I'll ask Vice President Strauss as our liaison if she has any initial comments, and then we'll see if there are any clarifying questions before we turn to public comment.
So let me just say, this has been a really thoughtful, long process that began at the end of March, just as we had the shutdown in 2020. So as Barbara said, this was done completely remotely. And from the beginning, the team has been so thoughtful, so thorough. And I just have to commend Barbara and the CDE team for being open to the diverse stakeholder inputs. My understanding from all the stakeholders is that CDE has been listening, they've updated the plan, and has been very responsive. And I think it's really exciting to see, and I appreciate that districts are going to be getting other funding, but $35 million to continue our work statewide to improve literacy for students and to improve capacity is very exciting. I appreciated Barbara sharing with us the website with the modules and the videos, which I think will continue to support educators. And while this only goes to 7 county offices that will then work with districts, I think it has benefits of our long-term commitment to improving teacher capacity to support literacy throughout the state. And I appreciated some focus on designated ELD as well as integrated ELD, which is a highlight of our ELA ELD framework, but we know still needs continued support of teachers to have the right strategies. So again, I so appreciate it. And I just want to remind everyone, there's no new requirements in this plan, and there's no funding conditions for LEAs to benefit from support from the literacy lead agencies. I also appreciate the coordination that the role of the CDE will do in this process, and just appreciate the thorough process to get this plan as a guidance document to improve literacy for all of our students. Thank you.
Great. And it's also very exciting to see the new website. So thank you for sharing that as well. Really great to see that. Are there any clarifying questions from members of the board before we go to public comment? I am not seeing any hands. Therefore, we'll see if we have public commenters.
There are currently 18 people signed up in the queue for public comment. I will open the phone lines now. Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good morning, State Board of Education. Go ahead. Go ahead, caller.
Megan Potente, Co-State Director for Decoding Dyslexia California. The language added on pages 86 through 90 wrongly conflates special education eligibility with screening for risk of dyslexia. The goal of screening is not to diagnose students with dyslexia. Screening identifies students who may be at risk of experiencing difficulty with reading and may need more instruction. This is made clear in the ELA-ELD framework and the California Dyslexia Guidelines, yet the paragraphs added to the SLP confuse screening with evaluation for special education eligibility. Describing exclusionary criteria under which a student may not be considered as having a learning disability is not relevant where it was added to the SLP. Including this language here sends the message that students need special ed eligibility before they can access targeted reading support, which is counter to federal and state guidance on early intervention. DDCA does not support the additions to the SLP as described.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hurd, and I am a school board member.
Goodbye.
Go ahead, caller.
We get her back.
Oh. Go ahead, caller. You are live. Can you hear me? Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. You have 1 minute. Oh, thank you. We're having some phone difficulties at the moment. We are going to take a quick break here while we get that situated.
We just need 1 moment to reconnect the phone line.
We will simply wait.
Good morning, caller. Are you there?
Hello?
Hi, you're live. Please go ahead and state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute and your time starts now.
I'm Lori DePole. Students with dyslexia are general education students first, and the majority of them will not be found eligible for special education services. In MTSS, universal screening occurs in Tier 1 as a critical first step to early identification of students who are at risk and who may need more instruction. The newest change to the state literacy plan made under universal screening on pages 86 to 87 and 89 to 90 confuse special education eligibility and the exclusionary factors in determining special education eligibility with universal screening. ESSA requires screening of all students under a comprehensive literacy plan and does not require SPED eligibility or SPED exclusionary factors as a further hurdle for determining students who are at risk and need appropriate early MTSS interventions. We respectfully request that this language be removed as it is misleading and it does not align with state-adopted ELA/ELJ framework regarding universal screening or the California Dyslexia Guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute and your time starts now. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute and your time starts now.
My name is Rachel Hurd, and I'm a school board member. It's frustrating to hear that despite so much talk about the importance of early intervention, RTI, MTSS, so many students who need help with foundational skills don't get the help they need until they're years behind, and the most opportune and efficient time for intervention for them is gone. It's critical that the concept of universal screening in this plan be clearly separated from formal assessment for special education to avoid the continued confusion expressed by some other callers who are advocating for Californians together. It needs to be clear what universal screening is and is not for. It also needs to be clear to anyone using this plan that students with dyslexia can and should be served in general education. Certainly some may need special education, but the irony and reality is that many who don't qualify for special ed end up in a no man's land of need with no help at all. I urge you to approve the plan, but please remove the language that has
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. You have 1 minute. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Marta Hernandez, the Executive Director of Californians Together. I would like to thank Barbara Murchison, the committee, and CDE staff for incorporating stakeholder input and feedback. There are numerous positive updates to the plan and are very appreciative of the improvements made since the January State Board meeting, including but not limited to the updated language in the statewide priorities to replace English language instruction with comprehensive English language development, the clarification that each grantee, regardless of statewide priority focus, will be required to implement programs that integrate all 5 key literacy themes of the ELA/ELD framework, the stronger language in the assets-based pedagogy section, including acknowledging the value of culturally and linguistically responsive teaching, and clarification regarding guidance on universal screening for dyslexia, including precautions against the misdiagnosis of disabilities for English learners. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Christy Dennis, and I'm the parent of 2 students with dyslexia in Los Angeles. When my first child began school, we had no idea that he would have trouble learning. He was bright and sociable, and his preschool teacher told us that he would succeed anywhere. But only a few months into kindergarten, we began receiving reports that he's far behind his peers in reading. To complicate matters, our family is fully bilingual, and he was attending a bilingual school, so his struggles were attributed to his bilingual status rather than identified as a learning disability. We were repeatedly told that delays are normal and we should just be patient. It took 5 years to get him properly diagnosed, and due to that delay, he's still far behind his peers today in high school. Universal screening would have changed his life profoundly. Bilingual students like my sons are just as likely as their peers to have dyslexia, and I fear that any efforts to exclude them from a rigorous and targeted screening process would miss opportunities for them to get the help they need. In fact, they are perhaps the ones most in need of the screening because their status as English language learners makes it more difficult to identify their reading disabilities. Furthermore, the method of instruction that works for dyslexic students also works for all students.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
It would not be advantageous.
Thank you, caller. State Board of Education, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Yes, my name is Catherine Christo, Professor Emeritus at Sacramento State University. I am concerned about additions to the state literacy plan added this month, particularly the paragraph inserted into the section labeled Supporting Students, subhead Universal Screening on page 86. The added paragraph that begins, California's regulations pertinent to identification of a specific learning disability, goes on to discuss qualifications for special education. This is not relevant to the purpose of universal screening, which is what this section is about. The presence of this paragraph regarding special education in this section is confusing and will lead to readers assuming that universal screening is a function of special ed, which it is not. On the contrary, screening is a general ed function and the first step in any MTSS program. I urge the board to remove this and similar paragraphs, which will leaving them there will only contribute to misunderstanding around the purpose of universal screening.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Yes, is strong within this document.
Good morning. State Board of Education, please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Scott. I'm a professor at Cal State East Bay. My research is in early child language development and literacy. Moving the time for dyslexia screening to the spring of first grade to allow for sufficient literacy instruction to be able to identify those students struggling with reading is urgent. Moving this recommendation so that it focuses on children with special needs and children that are at risk is what is critical in this. Using limited instructional time and resources for universal screening or screening of all students will not target and benefit those most at need. Those students who read well, meet grade level reading standards, and or meet local benchmarks or other formative reading assessments do not need to be assessed. Again, valuable instructional time will be lost on assessing every student rather than targeting those students at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Perry. I'm a special education advocate and parent of a child with dyslexia. My comment today is regarding universal screening for dyslexia. We cannot continue to take a wait for them to fail approach. We need to catch students at risk of dyslexia before they fail, and universal screening will help us do that. Universal screening K through second grade would have helped educators identify my child and countless others for being at risk for reading failure early on. It also would have helped to keep skill deficits from becoming significant achievement gaps. Universal screening helps identify those students who are at risk for reading failure. Universal screening is not the same as an assessment for special education eligibility. No child should have to struggle in school and suffer the negative effects of being unable to read because we have the tools to help our students succeed. Let's use them. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Ronique Glickman, and I'm an elementary school teacher and the mother of a daughter with dyslexia. Universal screening is a tool to help identify students who are at risk of reading failure and inform instruction in the general education classroom. A formal evaluation for special education is not a prerequisite for this to occur. Universal screening would have identified my daughter early in kindergarten and informed both her teachers and myself, saving her years of struggle and emotional distress. But instead, I had to argue and fight with my peers while everyone followed the status quo of our current wait and see model. So my daughter continued to fall further and further behind her peers. I feel embarrassed and ashamed that I failed to identify my own daughter, along with many other of my students, including EL students. A universal screener will give teachers the tools they need to target kids at risk, ultimately saving children and their family years of struggle and altering the trajectory of their lives. Finally, universal
universal screening will prevent many students from needing special education, ultimately.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Barbara Flores, CABE President-elect. I have 3 concerns related to the State Literacy Plan, universal screening for dyslexia. Number 1, assessing pupils in K1 may not be developmentally appropriate. 2, assessment for K1 must be validated and found statistically appropriate, that is reliable for use with pupils at this age. If not, there may be a false positive and false negatives leading to inappropriate placement. EL students' developmental linguistic behaviors in L2, EL students' developmental linguistic behavior in L2 may be similar to those of dyslexic students at K1. If so, this will confound the results of the assessments and lead to mislabeling and misidentification of EL students. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, I am Dr. Lucy Edwards from Napa County Office of Education, representing CFESA and the Curriculum and Instruction Steering Committee, also known as CISC. CISC submitted a detailed letter of feedback and provided public comment to the State Board of Education regarding the State Literacy Plan in January. CISC wants to again acknowledge the effort by the various state agencies and literacy experts that went into the development of the State Literacy Plan. We'd also like to thank the State Board of Education and the California Department of Education for taking our previous comments and feedback into consideration with the updated draft. We appreciate that the State Literacy Plan will leverage culturally sustaining pedagogies across grade bands, including specifically addressing the needs of African American students, as this student group has been called out in the data as one of the lowest performing groups over time on the CASP summative assessments. Again, thank you for taking CISC's feedback into consideration, as guidance is urgently needed to best support all students in literacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute and your time starts now.
My name is Lorraine Richards and I am representing California Teachers Association. CTA appreciates the CDE's efforts to put together a comprehensive state literacy plan that lists and organizes resources for the state of California. The plan does an excellent job with organizing content. We also appreciate the clarification regarding the section regarding screening tests for dyslexia. While there is nothing wrong with screening in general, the state needs to help districts be purposeful and thoughtful in conducting the screening and differentiating between screening and diagnosis. CTA recommends that instead of universal screening beginning in the spring of kindergarten, we recommend an initial assessment at the end of grade 1 or at the beginning of grade 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Karina Sapien. I work for SEAL, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Californians Together. I have been a public school educator for over 30 years, including 7 years as an elementary principal. We are asking that you consider eliminating the recommendation that all students be screened for dyslexia. As a former elementary school principal, I know that school districts and classroom teachers have built-in assessments to regularly monitor students' reading progress throughout the year. This gives them useful and valid information about who should be targeted for additional screening. Therefore, it is not only unnecessary to screen all students, it's a misuse of instructional time. As we return from a year of distance learning, all of our students will need every minute they can get of teaching and learning. It makes no sense to screen those students who read well, meet grade-level reading standards, and or meet local benchmarks or other formative reading assessments. Valuable instructional time will be lost on screening every student, and the very students we are targeting have the most to lose. The screening tool should be used judiciously for those students who demonstrate that they need it and actually stand.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Anya Hurwitz, Executive Director of SEAL, Sobrato Early Academic Language. I share concerns with many colleagues that a universal dyslexia screener might have some major unintended consequences, and I urge you to take into consideration the essential need that this screener be valid, reliable, and appropriate for young English learners. I'm particularly concerned about screener administration, and I'm elevating the critical importance that the people administering these dyslexia screeners would need to receive comprehensive training to ensure deep knowledge and understanding, especially with regards to linguistically diverse students. If classroom teachers at the designated grade levels would do the bulk of the screening, it would be essential for a comprehensive, well-defined, and fully funded plan to be created to ensure appropriate training for those teachers. So it is critical that we ensure that this screener be developed to be truly valid, reliable, and appropriate for English learners, and that there is truly adequate professional development for educators who would be responsible for administering the screeners. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, caller. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute and your time starts now.
Good morning. I'm Carla Herrera, soon to be Carla Santa Cruz this Saturday. My apologies for my earlier preemptive timing confusion. Must be wedding jitters. As a biliteracy educator and former IQC member, I appreciate you have heard and heeded suggestions to support children's language, literacy, and biliteracy development. I also really like the electronic format of resources. However, I'm still concerned about the notion of a universal dyslexia screening for all children. Do you really recommend assessing children for dyslexia if they are already reading? I ask that you only screen children who may need it with these conditions. Move the timing for dyslexia screening to the spring of first grade to allow for sufficient instruction time to be able to identify those students who are indeed struggling with reading, and screen in the language of instruction, taking into account the child's emerging home language development and proficiency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carla, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Good morning, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Sandy Mendoza of Families and Schools on behalf of Californians Together. Parents want to share their child's educational journey, which means that they need to know what this screening tool is about so that they can feel confident that their child is being correctly assessed and appropriate interventions and accommodations are offered. In particular, parents of English learners will want to understand what the exact nature of the factors and criteria is involved in the dyslexia screening process. Every child is unique because of a multitude of factors in and outside of school that will influence that child's educational path and progress. Toward that end, I ask that key considerations be given so that the screening correctly distinguishes between a language need and a disability. Factors such as how much exposure the child has to English and what percentage of time is a native language and English spoken in the home could result in a false positive. Thus, another consideration is to conduct the screening in two languages, English and the child's native language. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. State Board of Education.
Hi, good morning.
Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hi, good morning. This is Manuel Bonrostro with Californians Together. And I just want to say that it is appreciated that details were added regarding the local literacy lead agencies grant, specifically clarifying that each grantee, regardless of statewide priority focus, would be required to implement programs aligned to the comprehensive and integrated literacy model, including integration of all key themes of the English language arts, English language development framework, all strands of the California Common Core Standards for English language arts, and culturally relevant and sustaining pedagogies. We also appreciate the language about leveraging evidence-based family literacy strategies to ensure that our families are engaged throughout, and also making sure that there's a focus on the needs of underserved students, including children living in poverty, English learners, children with disabilities, and children of color. Thanks again for making these changes to the grant, and thank you for listening to our comments.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Maureen Graves. I'm co-chair of the California Association for Parent-Child Advocacy. I've been representing parents seeking special ed services since 1994, mostly Spanish-speaking clients, about half of whom have autism. All my clients have literacy needs. My own adult sons with autism, one of whom also has intellectual disability, learned to talk at ages 2 and 3 with applied behavior analysis. For them, as for many children, language was hard won, not natural, as the state literacy plan claims. My sons left into decoding in a week when they were 4, when their teachers showed them the code for reading English, and have made it through the pandemic largely by reading fiction and nonfiction, as their jobs are on hold. Many of my clients were never taught to read. Over the years, statewide documents have helped me advocate for children. This document departs from that proud tradition, as explained in my written submissions in November and March. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. We believe the universal screening for dyslexia requires further strengthening specific to English learners. As reflected in our letter of March 8th, our recommendations include moving the timing for dyslexia screening to the end of first grade to allow for sufficient literacy instruction to be able to identify those students struggling with reading, and eliminating the requirement that all students be assessed. Not all students need to be screened. Those students who read well, meet grade level reading standards, and or meet local benchmark or other formative reading assessments do not need to be assessed. Please revise the state plan to reflect these recommendations and the others in our letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. I apologize for speaking on the wrong action item previously, but my name is Crystal Diaz, and I am with Californians Together. As an organization representing English learners, we want to ensure that students receive the support that they need and are appropriately identified for those supports. It is for this reason that we encourage the State Board of Education to encourage stronger monitoring by local educational agencies on the proportionality of ELs and other subgroups identified as dyslexic to their percentage of the total student population. This information can help LEAs reflect on the efficiency of their identification and intervention strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good morning, caller. Are you there? Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now. Okay.
Hello?
Hello. Please
Hi,
state...
my name is Michael Miller. My daughter Layla attends Ross Valley Charter School in Fairfax.
Oh, I'm sorry,
From,
sir. Could you please call back? We are currently taking public comment for item number 4. Your item is coming up later on today. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Elvia Armas, Director and Affiliated Faculty at LMU Center for Equity for English Learners. We share concerns regarding the universal dyslexia screening and the valid, reliable, and appropriate use for young English learners. We've noted the reference to the California Practitioner's Guide and Dyslexia Guidelines in the SLP, yet urge the addition of the following to this document. 1, specific expectations for screening and assessment processes, including language development factors such as oral language skills, language proficiency, context of use, and instructional strategies. 2, monitoring guidelines to ensure that Black and Brown children, as well as English learners of all ethnic and racial backgrounds, are not overly identified as dyslexic. We must look to the entire system to hold ourselves accountable. I strongly urge you to include accountability guidelines for LEAs to develop critical checkpoints that consider proportionality of ELs referred, assessed, and identified as dyslexic
Thank you, caller.
to the screening and assessment processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Yes, good morning. My name is Carolina Serna. I'm an associate professor at Biola University, and I also sit on the board of the California Association for Bilingual Education. As a professor who teaches literacy development methods for teacher candidates, I want to express my concern regarding the recommendation for universal screening for dyslexia. I recommend that only students who exhibit difficulties with emergent literacy should be screened. Those students who read well, meet grade level reading standards, and or meet local benchmarks or other formative reading assessments do not need to be assessed. I also recommend that all multilingual students be assessed in their language of native language as well as the language of instruction. In addition, I would like to see an expanded focus on biliteracy in general in the plan, as well as more inclusion of resources in the English Learner Toolkit that address biliteracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Yes. Yeah, and then the second arrangement is going to have...
Caller, are you there?
Yeah, that's so tall.
We can barely hear you. If you could speak a little louder.
We can use ratio tables.
Okay. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
My name is Deborah Schlegel on behalf of CAFCA, California Association for Parent-Child Advocacy. It is ironic that earlier today the SIPS group talked about inclusive practices, yet the SLP includes quote-unquote natural language development in the birth to age 5 literacy section. This language is offensive, misleading, and should be removed. Careful consideration should be given to how it excludes a substantial number of children with disabilities who need specially designed instruction, like applied behavior analysis and traditional speech and language pathology services. This harmful language is not irrelevant. As the IDEA reminds us, disability is a natural part of the human experience and in no way diminishes the right of individuals to participate in or contribute to society. I urge you to have an inclusion specialist on every committee that works on projects like these. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Okay, it looks like that concludes public comment for this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate all of the callers for raising the range of concerns that have been raised. I do want to start off the discussion by sharing that when I saw some of the comment letters come in, I did call on several of the experts in the state who are involved in developing screeners and want to share that several things. First, as the parent of two dyslexic children, I appreciate the comments about the importance of screening early, which is not as was earlier made the point, which is not the same as establishing special education eligibility. I think that the language in the plan that seems to conflate those is confusing to folks and will probably need to be adjusted or removed. But the two major screening efforts in the state that are under development, one at UCSF under the guidance of the Dyslexia Center there, Dr. Maria Luisa Giorno-Tempini, and one at UCLA under the guidance of Dr. Marianne Wolf, who's just arrived there in the last couple of years from Harvard University. Both of these are efforts that, one of them with state support, that are intended to be in multiple languages, are intended not to automatically lead to any kind of diagnosis or placement, but simply to provide information on which other analyses of next steps can be taken. And so I think that the concern about the point of screening and the outcomes of screening will need to be clarified in the plan so that we don't have the expectation that somehow we're screening students prematurely in a language setting that is inappropriate for somehow automatic placement in special education. That is not the goal of screeners. They also shared with me, and I passed on to our staff, a number of articles that have been published in the literature about the stage of screening and the kind of learning supports for readers that can be provided based on that information and other information that is gathered in further analyses. And it is clear that understanding the needs of learners sooner at the end of kindergarten rather than later makes a big difference in the opportunity for that student to be well taught and caught up and in sync with other learners by the end of first grade and on into other grades. So I think we do need to, as we proceed, clarify that screeners are not disability identifiers or placement tools. They are information tools to be used to then build other analyses and if there is a need for further diagnostics, to flag those diagnostics to then occur. So I will open up the floor for discussion at this point and glad to share anything else about those conversations if folks want to pursue that. And Member Rucker, you are first in the queue.
Well, thank you very much. I listened with great interest to the comments that came out of the public discussion, and I do have two questions or concerns that I want to speak on briefly. The first one's a little bit easier than the second. This will be the second consecutive item on today's agenda, and every agenda we have had since I've been on the board has always talked about looking at closing or addressing the performance gap of underrepresented students, of students of color, and figuring out where the priorities need to be and providing the critical supports for students of color and underrepresented students and English learners. At some point in time, there needs to, this priority that the board keeps stating needs to become apparent in the work that LEAs are doing to address this particular group. We continue to talk about the need to close the performance gap and talk about the need to make these students a priority, yet in this plan, we continue to state that the LEAs receiving these grants will identify their own local priorities. And I'm sorry to say, oftentimes, those priorities concerning students of color, concerning English learners, are not always apparent and are not always as explicit as what's been written in this plan. So there does need to be some accountability to the sub-grantees, not just for the outcomes of the program, but to also think about how you hold them accountable in the RFA to articulate how they are going to make the students we've identified as the priority of this grant, the priority of the work that they will do in the services they provide for professional learning, as well as the resources that they will be using to provide in those classrooms to support instruction. So that was the easier comment for me to make. The second one is a little bit more difficult. I rely on the expertise and the comments that I hear from the public and from a lot of the people that our board president spoke to about what is the best way to deal with the idea of universal screening and to look at the concern of dyslexia. And the continuum is very broad. There are very clear and very distinct differences of opinion, not about whether or not we should be using universal screening, but when and how and whom. And so I think that I agree with the recommendation that's been made to look at when the screening is done. And I even agree that maybe starting in kindergarten might be too early, because when I was a kid, when I did teach kindergarten for 1 year, I referred all of them to speech therapy, and the speech therapist had to come and tell me they're supposed to sound like that. So I understand that there are issues with doing universal screening, and I think I agree with the idea of waiting until the children are in first grade. But I think that there's more, we're vesting too much on what universal screening can do, and that's the point our board president just made. Assessment, particularly as it relates to literacy, can have multiple purposes. And with the system that this plan proposes to implement, we're implementing a system of assessment and monitoring that's identified and explained in the multiple resources that have been identified, including our guidance on language development. Maybe a good way to make this plainer would be to talk about the purposes of the reasons why those references or resources were included. So clearly we do need to explain and clarify the state's intention and policy on universal screening. I agree with the amendment that was made, but I do think we should clarify that universal screening is something separate from the purpose of diagnosing a need for placement in special ed. But there are other types of assessments, intervention planning, to make data-based decisions for instruction. We have guidance about that, both in the framework and in the language development guidance. Progress monitoring, that's the purposes of our formative assessment practices and the other tools that we use, particularly with English learners. And diagnostic evaluation to identify a student's learning strengths and weaknesses. These are the things for the people who are truly urgently advocating for this universal screening tool. That's really more what they are urging the use of the tool for, and that's actually not the appropriate use of a screener. So maybe there just needs to be some time taken to differentiate the types of assessment activities that this literacy plan, although I understand where each of these elements are, that where this literacy plan incorporates all of these elements so that we have a system of assessment and not just a single tool or a single type of assessment activity that becomes the central focus of our concerns about the work of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking to see if there are others who would like to add on. I'm not seeing any other hands raised yet, but we will give you some wait time. Member Patillo-Bronson, and then Member Rodriguez.
So I want to lift up a couple of points, some of which I think have been addressed in public comment and the presentation, and then to name a couple that haven't really been so much the topic of our conversation thus far. I think the clarification that board president offered around the purpose of the screeners, what they are and what they are not in terms of placement and special ed designations, I think could be helpful in a way that might also allay some of the concerns I think that have been raised. And also wanting to reflect that having this at the beginning of kindergarten does have some challenges, and especially needs to address the fact that kids are coming in with different levels of literacy exposure to books, to print generally, and the potential for both false positives, but also just the potential to really to help think about what types of teacher training and might be needed in different contexts, depending on what the demographics of a particular district or school might be. One of the questions that I have been thinking about through the presentation, and particularly, I guess this goes more to Barbara, this is a compendium of what exists already, right? So I just want to clarify that the existing literacy plan does not require any usage of a screener. It doesn't incentivize, it doesn't penalize if a screener is not used. This is actually bringing together what already exists rather than prescribing what should be in the future. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. I think the language that has caused so much consternation today is right out of California's dyslexia guidelines, which is a guidance document that we have shared with educators across California, but certainly not a document that can't be updated. Right? So we have been pretty consistent in not creating any new guidance. As I mentioned, we develop frameworks and policy, you all do that over the course of many years in a prescribed fashion. So one of our kind of guiding principles is like, we're not creating any new guidance. We're going to try and pull together the guidance that exists, and there is a lot of it, in a way to make it coherent and useful for folks. So that's where the language came from. But again, we can update that moving forward. We're excited to have so many different dyslexia-focused efforts happening in the state right now. The California Dyslexia Initiative getting up and going. Lots of good work happening. It might be worth just bringing the dyslexia guidelines to some of our experts in this area right now to review and really have a robust conversation around screening, because the guidelines are now a few years old.
Yeah, I think that's a really, I'm sorry, go ahead, Member Petition.
I just wanted to confirm, so nothing in the adoption of the state plan would preclude us from having that conversation under different auspices?
No, absolutely not. Okay. And no one is required to implement any of the guidance in this state plan. This is just our best thinking based on what the state has developed over the years to support literacy instruction.
Great, thank you. Sorry, Linda, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I was just going to respond, and then Member Rodriguez, I'll come straight to you in a moment. So, I'm thinking about the fact that I've heard a number of experts in the field say that our dyslexia guidelines also could use updating. So I think that the point that Barbara is making on that score is, potentially something that needs to be thought about. I'm not sure that for the purpose that we do need to approve a literacy plan today to stay current with the federal process that we are engaged in and the allocation of funds to the field. I don't think that this question about screening needs to be in the literacy plan for us to be able to move ahead with the literacy plan. And I do think a lot of good points have been made. I mean, the point about who will be the screeners, what's the expertise that's needed, which screeners are we talking about? Because there are, a variety of potential screeners out there, some of which may be multilingual, some may not, some of which may be really focused more on quote literacy skills. Most screeners, by the way, are not trying to measure your literacy skills. They're trying to measure sort of pre-literacy and also other ways of processing sound and text-based information. But I think we really need to get clarity on that, and we need to understand what we're recommending when we do recommend something. And maybe the best course of action for us on the literacy plan today is to eliminate those paragraphs that have caused confusion. Even if they do derive from our dyslexia guidelines, and revisit that whole question, which deserves our attention, deserves the attention of the field, can supplement the guidance that comes from the literacy plan to allow people to move forward in a much more coherent way with a common and shared understanding of what we might be recommending, when, how, why, and toward what end. So that would be, I think, my recommendation on that piece of it. Member Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Actually, Linda, can I?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, there was just one more point I just wanted to.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were done. I apologize.
Sorry. As I was reading the literacy plan, I also was just really struck by the degree to which we have really good disaggregated data at this point to say and pinpoint where some of our racial gaps are. And what was also equally striking was to realize that although the diagnostic work is quite strong, the set of solutions that should accompany good diagnostics were a little bit light as we were, I think, and this is not at all a critique of the plan itself, but it's drawing on what exists in the way of solution sets to address racial disparities, particularly for African American children, for Latino children. And I think even though it's not required for us to actually put this in the state plan, but it does shine a light on some gaps that we have of work ahead that needs to, I think, be further fleshed out. And so I really appreciated Board Member Rucker's comments around how do we actually use the RFA as a opportunity to build some of that in, to actually structurally incentivize districts or county offices of ed that receive these funds to actually take this focus on and create some of the innovation that we're wanting to see that doesn't exist because it's not in the state plan currently, but could if we lift up local innovation.
That's a great point. Thank you.
The last thing I just want to say is I love the early literacy, the inclusion of 0 to 5. It is a step in the right direction, that it's both values talk as well as a 15% set aside on the funding. So that's it. Thanks.
Terrific. Thank you. And Member Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to really acknowledge all of Barbara's work and the committee that put all of this together. And what I want to echo Member Rucker's and then Member Patillo's comments. And thank you so much, President Darlene Hammond, for that clarification on the dyslexia, because that really helped a lot. And I also want to say that the portal for California Educators Together is an incredible resource for teachers, for professionals, and there's a lot in here. But I did notice something missing, and that's National Board Professional Standards for Reading Literacy, Language Arts, which I think would be a great resource to include in here, because it's very rich and it kind of follows what we're doing. And, teachers can use this to improve our own literacy in classes. So thank you.
I want to just, before, I don't see any other hands raised, but before we get to developing a motion, I want to see if Barbara wants to kind of respond to any of the commentary or questions that have come up.
I think I mostly just want to thank all of you, and in particular, Member Patillo Bronson, just you're noticing like what we notice is not in the plan or might not be quite right in the plan points us in the direction of additional work that's ahead for us as we move down with implementing this grant. To be completely frank, I'm pretty thrilled that our concerns narrowed down to universal screening. There is a lot in this plan. So I'm happy that the universal screening piece, the how are we supporting specific groups of students to be more successful, those are things that are reflected in the statewide literacy priorities that we want to subgrant people to work on. So I just want to thank you all for all of the great input and discussion that you've given both today and in January. And I'm excited to get on with getting some of these funds out and improving some literacy outcomes.
Sounds good. Are there any other, I think I see Member Rucker. And members, Petitioner Brownson and Rodriguez, your hands are still up in the, if you want to speak again, leave them up. If not, you can take them down. Member Rucker.
Okay, so I just want to clarify what just happened. I thought I understood the conversation until we got more into the details. So I want to make sure I understand what we're looking at. So there's a great deal of concern about the language in the plan concerning the universal screener. Not only what it says about the intent or the purpose, but also what the source of that information was coming from our dyslexia guidance about the use of the screener and when to use the screener. So did I hear correctly that the idea right now is to make an edit that would just simply remove those paragraphs? Is that correct?
That is what I am proposing if others agree that should be a amendment to the motion.
Okay, so then in removing those paragraphs, we have not removed from the plan the expectation that the 7 county offices who are the subgrantees will in some way be accountable for creating an assessment plan to deal with this issue, but it'll be based on the guidance that we currently have, and we're looking at this as a living document, so it could be revised or improved over time, but it doesn't remove the expectation about an assessment and monitoring plan from the work that the subgrantees should be doing. Is that correct?
That would be my expectation. That's right. And I think that we can always add, we don't have to, we can supplement this plan with additional guidance on screening when we've had an opportunity to really evaluate that and make clearer what the intentions are.
Right. And so in making this revision, it's not necessary for us to have that language in this plan in order to go forward with approving the plan so that we continue the work that we're required to do under federal responsibility. We have an obligation to approve the plan, but our conversation about this work and about the guidance the plan is intended to provide doesn't end with this action today.
Exactly.
All right. I'm all caught up. Thank you so much for letting me ask those questions.
Well, I'm sure everybody had that same question, so thank you for asking it. And I'm looking to see if anyone else wants to weigh in on the discussion. I'm not seeing any other hands. Is there any other discussion? I would like to invite a motion that we approve the plan with the elimination of those specific paragraphs. And I see 2 hands are up, Vice President Strauss and then Member Rucker.
So I'll move approval of the plan with the elimination of the 2 paragraphs identified by Board President Darling Hammond.
And I will second that motion.
Excellent. Is there any further discussion? All right. I think that Brooks has had to step away, so Judy Sias will call the roll.
Yes. Member Sun?
Aye, yes.
Vice President Strauss?
Yes.
Member Rucker?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Patil Bronson?
Yes.
Member Navo,
Yes.
Member McQuillan,
Yes.
Member Glover Woods,
Yes.
Member Fatah,
Yes.
President Darling Hammond,
Yes.
and Member Burr.
Aye.
Great, the motion carries. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, and thank you, Barbara, for all of the hard work on this plan, and please convey our thanks to all the members of the team that were involved, and we also appreciate the stakeholders raising concerns that have raised for us the opportunity to delve deeper into this whole issue of screening, which I hope will come back to us so that we can get smarter and more focused on how to proceed with that relatively soon. And with that, we're doing well. I'm going to call a lunch break. It's 11:48. We'll give you 32 minutes for lunch. Let's come back at 20 minutes after 12. Turn off your microphones and videos, but do not leave the meeting. Thank you. All right. Welcome back. We are going to reestablish our quorum, and Judy Sias is going to help us take the roll.
Member Sun?
Here.
Vice President Strauss?
Here.
Member Rucker?
Here.
Member Rodriguez?
Here.
Member Patia Bronson?
Here.
Member Navo?
Here.
Member McQuillan?
Here.
Member Glover Woods?
Here.
Member Fatah?
Here.
Member Darling Hammond?
Here.
Member Burr? Okay, we have a quorum.
Okay. So we are going to take up regular consent items 5 and 6, and we'll open the phone line for the queue for public comment. We need the public comment slide to be put up. Thank you very much. So members of the public wishing to provide comment on regular consent items 5 and 6 may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. And there really is no board discussion before that. So are there any public comments on regular consent items 5 and 6?
There does not appear to be anyone for public comment for items 5 and 6.
All right. Given that there's no public comment, I'll ask a motion on consent for items 5 and 6. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Thank you. A second?
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. We'll now hold a roll call vote. And Judy, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Member Sun?
Aye.
Member Strauss?
Yes.
Vice President Strauss, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Member Rucker?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Patia Bronson?
Yes.
Member Navo?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Fatah?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
Yes.
Member Burr? Okay, Member Burr. Okay, the motion carries.
Okay. So we are going to continue now with our waiver consent calendar, which includes waiver items W2 through 11, and we will again open the phone line for the public comment queue. And I'll just note again that members of the public wishing to provide comment on any of these items may do so by calling in now to the telephone number provided and the access code on the slide. Are there any public comments on waiver items 2 through 11?
We might have one person for public comment. I will open the phone lines now. Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good afternoon, caller. Are you there? Okay, I think this person is probably on the line wanting to speak towards item number 8. So I This concludes public comment for this item for waivers 2 through 11.
Muted.
I just heard somebody say muted, but I think I'm being heard. Am I being heard? Yes? Okay. Do I have a motion on waiver items 2 through 11?
Unmuted.
Do I have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. We'll now hold a roll call vote. Judy, will you call the roll?
Yes. Member Sun?
Sorry, a meeting.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Member Strauss?
Yes.
Member Rucker?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Patil Bronson?
Yes.
Member Navo?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Fatah?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
Yes.
And Member Burr? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, so we'll now take up waiver item 1, which is a waiver request by the Whitmore Union Elementary School District to waive portions of the California Code of Regulations, Title V, Section 11963.6, which relate to the submission of and action on a determination of funding request regarding non-classroom-based instruction. The CDE recommends approval, and this item will be presented by Stephanie Farland from the CDE. This waiver is related to the next item, item 7, the funding determination request for the school. So Stephanie, please begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond, Board. So today we are looking at a waiver for the New Day Academy on that was because they missed their funding determination deadline. And so just a little background, they did not submit a funding determination by the February 1 regulatory deadline. A little background on New Day Academy. It's operated by New Day Academy, Inc., and they originally planned to close at the end, this particular school, they plan to close at the end of fiscal year 2019-20 to come into compliance with the geographic location requirements outlined in AB 1507. As it currently operates a site outside of its authorizing, or it did outside of its authorizing district boundaries. Because it was planning to close, it did not submit a funding determination for renewal in February of 2020. New Day Academy's closure plans included transferring some of its students to Shasta View Academy, another school operated by New Day Academy, Inc., which is authorized by and located in the Columbia Elementary School District. However, because of Senate Bills 98 and 820 introduced last year, it introduced funding model changes for the 2021 school year. 2019-20 average daily attendance is being used to calculate funding for 2020-2021. As such, Shasta View Academy would not be able to claim revenues associated with any student transfers from New Day Academy to the Shasta View Academy. So it was then that they decided to reverse its closure. Next slide. Upon deciding to reverse its closure, Whitmore Union Elementary submitted a waiver to the state board for New Day Academy to submit a funding determination after the regulatory deadline. With their waiver, Whitmore Union Elementary included information regarding New Day Academy's compliance with AB 1507. Both Whitmore Union Elementary and New Day Academy confirm that the school is currently in compliance with AB 1507. The school previously operated a resource center outside of the school's authorizing district boundaries. However, that resource center was closed on June 30th, 2020. The school no longer operates a resource center outside of its authorizing district's boundaries, and all program services are now delivered via an independent study model. The California Department of Education is recommending that the State Board approve the request by Whitmore Union Elementary School District to waive portions of California Code of Regulations Section 11963.6C relating to the submission deadline in order to allow New Day Academy to submit a determination of funding request after the regulatory deadline. Approval of this waiver request will allow the State Board to consider a retroactive determination of funding request from the school, which is what you will hear next. Without an approved waiver, the State Board may not consider the retroactive request, and the charter school's non-classroom-based ADA may not be funded for the affected fiscal years. So that's the waiver portion of this particular presentation.
Is there anything else you wanted to know before we go to public comment?
No.
Okay, very good. Before we go to public comment, as people are queuing up, I want to ask Member Rucker, as our waiver liaison, if she has any initial comments.
No, these types of waivers are usually something we've done in due course. As Stephanie has noted, this is not waiving consideration of the request. This is simply creating the flexibility so that the application for the consideration of the request can go forward. And I know it's confusing to have both the waiver as well as the action on the same agenda. I have concerns about that as well because of the concern about allowing time for a public vetting, but there are some timeline concerns and that to support the request itself that were important, and that's why the staff had recommended putting both this waiver and the action that's separate on the same agenda. And Judy can cover any of those concerns if you all have questions about that you want to discuss after the public comment.
Great. Are there any clarifying questions before we go to public comment? All right, let's see if there's any public comment.
Okay, I think we have one person signed up for public comment. I will open the phone line, or actually two people. I will open the phone line now. Good afternoon, State Board of Education. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Michael Juba and I represent the California Teachers Association. CTA is concerned with the procedural steps taken in regard to this waiver. As highlighted on page 1 of the item, and I quote, the CDE notes that typically retroactive funding determination requests are presented to the ACCS after an approved waiver from the SBE has been received. On page 2 of the attachment, CDE clearly states that the New Day Academy has submitted an SB 740 funding determination for the 2021 school year concurrently with this waiver, with the understanding that upon waiver approval, the funding request will be reviewed by the ACCS and require SBE approval. Based on the procedural issues outlined above, CTA questions why the CDE has allowed the process of the funding determination to move forward without the waiver being approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hello, it's Eric Premack with the Charter Schools Development Center speaking in favor of the staff recommendation on W01. It's a long-standing reputable school. The request here is in very much in alignment with very similar waivers you've granted in the past, and we support it and the related item 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Okay, it looks like that concludes public comment for this item.
Okay. With that, are there any comments from members of the board about this item? Trying to get my participant list to show up here. It's not responding. So if you have a comment, please holler at me because I'm not getting a response from my computer. Okay, I don't see any. Do we have a motion?
So I will move approval of what is recommended in this waiver concerning this charter school. And again, I want to remind my colleagues on the board, this motion is separate from what you will be asked to consider on a separate action item on today's agenda.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote?
Yes, Member Sun?
Aye.
Vice President Strauss?
Yes.
Member Rucker?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yeah. Yes.
Member Patil-Bronson?
Yes.
Member Navo?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Fatah?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
Yes.
Member Burr?
Aye.
Yeah, okay, the motion carries.
All right, thank you. So item 7 is the consideration of a retroactive request for determination of funding as required for non-classroom-based charter schools pursuant to California Education Code sections 47612.5 and 47634.2 and associated California Code of Regulations Title 5. And so the CDE recommends that the SBE approve the determination of funding request at the percentage and for the time period as specified for New Day Academy in Attachment 1. And the CDE notes that its funding determination recommendation, as well as the recommendation moved by ACCS, are contingent upon approving waiver number 59-2020 at this meeting, which we just approved. This item will be presented by Stephanie Farland of the CDE. Stephanie, please begin.
Hi, I'm actually going to let McKenna Huey, who does all of our funding determinations, present this particular item. I will say before she starts that the determination did go to these last month, so we didn't skip any steps in terms of that. They heard the funding determination and they approved it, and they knew that was contingent upon this waiver being approved. So McKenna.
All right. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and members of the State Board. My name is McKenna Huey, representing the Charter Schools Division, and I will be presenting item 7. So item 7 consists of a retroactive request for determination of funding for one renewing non-classroom-based charter school, and that's New Day Academy. So as has been previously mentioned, typically retroactive funding determination requests are presented to the State Board at a separate meeting after the school's waiver has already been heard and approved. However, in an effort just to minimize some of the negative fiscal impacts to the school, as this request was submitted so late in the year, it was decided that both the waiver and the funding determination item would be heard by the State Board at one meeting. And as Stephanie just mentioned, this item was brought to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools at its February meeting. And at that meeting, CDE staff did inform the ACCS that its recommendation was contingent upon the State Board approving the waiver for this school. So as this waiver request has now been approved, the State Board may act on the school's funding determination request. So the CDE staff reviewed the funding determination form submitted by New Day Academy, and upon its review, the CDE determined that New Day Academy meets the requirements for a recommendation of 100% funding. New Day Academy spent over 40% of its public revenues on salaries and benefits for all certificated employees. They also spent over 80% of its total revenues on instruction and related services. And finally, they maintained a pupil to teacher ratio less than 25:1. So detailed information regarding the school's revenues and expenditures can be found in its funding determination form, which is provided on the ACCS meeting agenda, as well as which is linked in the item. So in conclusion, the CD recommends that the state board approve the determination of funding requests for New Day Academy Charter at 100% for a period of 3 fiscal years. And at its February ACCS meeting, the ACCS moved to approve the CD recommendation that the state board approve the determination of funding request at the percentage and for the time period specified. And that motion passed by a vote of 8-1. And that concludes this presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
President Hammond, I believe you're on mute.
I'm sorry. We need to put the public comment slide up again because we're going to queue up for public comment. While we're doing that, and I will just point for those who are queuing up that those who want to comment can call the telephone number and use the access code provided on the slide. And while we're waiting for people to queue up, I'm going to ask Member Burr and Member Sun as our charter liaisons if they have any framing comments. Member Burr?
I do not. Member Sun actually, I believe, attended the ACCS. I think this is self-explanatory, and McKenna did a great job.
Yes, I would agree. CDE does a thorough job on these funding determinations, and it was approved by the ACCS.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
I believe we have one person signed up for public comment. I will open the phone line. Good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Good afternoon, caller. Are you there? Okay. It appears that they are probably on the line for another item. That concludes public comment for this item.
All right. So I'll open this up for board discussion. Is there any board discussion on this item? I am seeing no hands. Do I have a motion?
I will move approval.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. We'll call the roll. Judy, will you call the roll for the vote?
Yes. Member Sun?
Aye.
Vice President Strauss?
Yes.
Member Rucker?
Not voting.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Patillo-Bronson? I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Yes, thank you. Too many yeses there. Member Navo?
Yes.
Member McQuillan?
Yes.
Member Glover Woods?
Yes.
Member Fatah?
Yes.
President Darling Hammond?
Yes.
Member Burr?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. You will be surprised to learn that you've earned another break, but we have to set up for a public hearing, and that public hearing may be a more extensive one. So this is your chance to go get that cup of coffee or matcha tea or whatever you're drinking this afternoon, and we will see you back in 10 minutes. Please don't leave, just turn off your camera and your mic.
We are back from our break. And so, Brooks, will you call roll to establish a quorum?
Of course. Member Sun.
Here.
Vice President Strauss.
Here.
Member Rucker.
Here.
Member Rodriguez.
Here.
Member Patillo-Bronson.
Here.
Member Navo.
Here.
Member McQuillan.
Here.
Member Glover Woods.
Here.
Member Fatah.
Here.
President Darling Hammond. Member Burr.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, so we are now going to take up agenda item 8, which is a public hearing regarding a petition for the renewal of a charter school under the oversight of a local education agency designated by the State Board of Education, pursuant to California Ed Code Section 47605K2E. This is the consideration of Ross Valley Charter, which was denied by the Ross Valley Elementary School District. The CDE recommends that the State Board hold a public hearing to approve the request to renew Ross Valley Charter, a transitional kindergarten through grade 5 charter based on the CDE findings pursuant to California Ed Code Sections 47605 and California Code of Regulations Title 5 Section 11967.5. The CDE finds that the petitioner is able to successfully implement the attended program and that the Ross Valley Charter petition is consistent with sound educational practice and meets the renewal criteria. Although the CDE finds that the Ross Valley Charter petition contains overall reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the required elements, the CDE has identified areas where the petition could be strengthened. The CDE notes these areas in this item, as well as in the analysis of the Ross Valley petition in attachment 1. ACCS recommendation, the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools considered this petition at the February 11, 2021 ACCS meeting. The ACCS moved the CDE staff recommendation to approve the Ross Valley Charter petition by a vote of 8-1. This item will now be presented by Stephanie Farland of the CDE. So Stephanie, you may begin.
Unmute. Thank you very much. Good afternoon again, Vice President Strauss, President Darling-Hammond, Board, Chief Deputy Gregson. Today, as mentioned, we are presenting the item for the appeal of the Ross Valley Charter School renewal petition. Let's go to the first slide. So this is the first appeal since Assembly Bill 1505 has been implemented. However, this is not an abuse of discretion appeal. So while it is the first one post implementation of 1505, it is not an abuse of discretion appeal. This appeal will look familiar to the State Board of Ed because the standard of review for State Board of Ed authorized charter schools requires a separate comprehensive review of the school's academic programs and fiscal health apart from the district's review and findings. So it's very similar to what we have done in the past in terms of the review that you're going to see today. That doesn't mean that there aren't any pieces of 1505 that have gone into this review. For example, the school was placed in one of the performance categories that is new under 1505. They are a middle performing school. And we did use verified data for this review. So that's part of 1505 as well. So there are pieces that will look new, but for the most part, this is a comprehensive review that we call de novo that we have been doing for State Board authorized appeals for quite some time. So before we start, I wanted to, as I know there are a few new members of the board, I want to give a quick review, quick overview of the process and journey each appeal takes once it comes into our office. Once it is received, once the appeal is received to the department, it is several members of the Charter Schools Division staff review the petition and accompanying documents, including the fiscal documents, and analyze to see if the school has met renewal criteria. The appeal then goes on to the CDE's legal division for a legal review. We also gather input from other divisions in the CDE as applicable. And then the final analysis of the recommendation for the board is approved by the division director, which is me, and also the branch deputy superintendent, which is currently Lisa Constancio. So it is a collaborative and group effort and ultimately a department decision when it comes to the recommendation for the state board. Next slide. So as stated earlier, Ross Valley Charter School is seeking authorization from the SBE to renew their transitional kindergarten through grade 5 charter school within the boundaries of the Ross Valley Elementary School District. The petitioner sought authorization from the school district on November 10th. The district board denied the petitioner request for renewal by a vote of 5-0. The CDE received the appeal on November 30th, and the appeal went to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools on February 11th, 2021. So the CDE recommendation is that the SBE hold a public hearing and approve the request to renew Ross Valley Charter School. And as stated earlier, the ACCS recommendation was also to recommend approval to the State Board of Education, and that motion passed by a vote of 8-1. RVCS educational program is a public school option that provides a progressive education model emphasizing deep inquiry and exploration, hands-on immersion-based experiences, active learning by doing approaches. Students collaborate effectively in teams, they think critically, they seek information to solve problems and be lifelong learners and culturally competent members of their diverse global community. So the CDE's analysis and findings and concern. We have, the Department of Ed has determined that the Ross Valley Charter School has met renewal criteria set out in Ed Code 47607C. Due to the delay in opening of the school in 2016, Ross Valley has CASP data for 2 years, 2017-18 and 2018-19. And as you know, we don't have 19-20 data. So we did analyze the 17-18 through 18-19 data, and it does show that the Ross Valley Charter School does perform sufficiently by state metrics in accordance with Ed Code 47607.2 B3A. We have a few charts here that will sort of highlight the CASP data for the 2 years that I just mentioned, 17-18 and 18-19. As you can see, they have made growth in ELA amongst all students and amongst their subgroups. Next slide. Oh, it is the next slide, sorry. And then this is also the CASP data for mathematics. And again, have made growth for all students and growth amongst all subgroups. We added some of the dashboard data. I do believe it was in the item as well, but just so you can see it up here on the screen. For 2018, they didn't have data yet. And then 2019, they were in the blue for both ELA and mathematics. Here are the suspension rates and chronic absenteeism for the school. Both of those are in the yellow. And I believe, and the school obviously will be on the line shortly and can answer any questions about this, but from what I understand, the suspension rate for a small school, it was 1 student that was suspended twice. And I'm sure they can talk to you about that if you have questions about that. Next slide. So the Ross Valley Charter School has been under SBE authorization for the last 5 years, and CDE oversight for almost 5 years. In that time, they have always been in positive fiscal health, and they do show a positive ending fund balance moving forward and a strong reserve. It should be noted that because they are under CDE oversight, we have been working and with the school as their oversight agency and are fairly familiar with the last 4 years of their fiscal livelihood. They do have, as you can see here, a very strong fundraising history. So the projected donations that they have put into their projected budget seemed in line with past efforts and appeared reasonable to us. Here is a slide that shows the existing debt the school had as of March 10th, 2021. Obviously, this has changed over the course of the last several months. We tend to get updates on their budget history, number one, because we're the authorizer. And number two, most charters that come up to the State Board on Appeal, it takes months for them to actually get to the board hearing. And so any updating of their budget is expected and allowable. And so here we show that what their current debt is as of March 10th. Next slide. Also, the school obtained a federal PPP loan, which has been forgiven, and we do have a bank letter that states in clear language that it was forgiven. This is something, because the school's debt has been the focus for so many, the department wanted to do its due diligence and took the step of requesting an independent third party, FCMAT, which is the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, to review the debt load of the school and provide their analysis and some context around the debt. FCMAT has provided the superintendent and the board with a report, which I believe you all have in your files. They found that there are no reasons connected to the level or purpose of the debt to deny the charter. Our analysis concludes that the projected financial plan set forth by Ross Valley Charter School is fiscally sustainable. And I believe that FCMAT's Chief Executive Officer, Mike Fine, will be available on this call to answer any questions the board may have about the report that they completed. So the CDE finds that the petition does provide a reasonably comprehensive description of all the required elements and provides a strong education program. However, there are a couple of areas we would like to see in the petition strengthened. Those have to do with an area in element A, which is the description of the educational program, and an area in element J, which are suspension and expulsion procedures. So element A, we believe that the English language development program should be amended to include more detail regarding the following. Next slide. So to state that the home language survey is completed when a student first enrolls in a California public school, state that the requirement for proficiency on the English language proficiency assessment for California is a score of 4, and include more detailed descriptions of the integrated and designated ELD instruction, as well as identify that integrated ELD and pupil monitoring is to occur across all subject matters. And then for the next slide, for the suspension and expulsion procedures, we just need them to add the following to add some clarification around Senate Bill 419. And then also some clarification around the placement of a pupil when it comes to the manifestation determinations. So they had the correct language in their petition, but then they had another section that seemed to contradict it. So we just need to have them clarify that in their petition. And I believe those are the only 2 areas that we have found where we feel they need a little more clarification. Next slide. So in summary, the CDE staff recommends approval of the Ross Valley Charter School renewal petition with those 2 clarification conditions listed in prior slides. Also, if you'll remember, under AB 1505, when a state board approves a school on appeal, it must assign that school to either the local district or local county in which that school resides. So in alignment with Ed Code, this Department of Ed staff consulted with the charter school, and they had requested that the school be assigned to the Marin County Board of Education for oversight. And then we will include as a condition of approval that the Ross Valley Charter School negotiate an MOU in good faith with the Marin County Office of Education. So this is, this is a new step for us, and so we're working through this and working it out, and that's it. That's it for this item.
So thank you, Stephanie. Now we're going to go to a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing at 1:16 p.m. First, we're going to hear from the petitioners representing the charter school, and then we'll hear from the representatives from the school district. And each side will have 12 minutes. So charter school representatives, you may begin now. So let's see where you are, and let's get your slides shared. So we will hear from the Ross Valley Charter petitioners.
Good afternoon. My name is Luke Duchesne. I'm the school director for Ross Valley Charter and have been so for the past 4 years. I want to thank you and your staff for taking the time to consider this renewal appeal. I also want to thank the CDE staff for their positive recommendation, ACCS for their positive recommendation, and FCMET for their extra analysis of our financial standing prior to this meeting. I'm going to start by providing a brief background. 5 years ago, we came before the state board on appeal and promoted our three main goals. One, that we'd meet a long-standing parent demand for choice in the Ross Valley. We'd be more diverse than the Ross Valley Elementary District. We'd deepen our culture of collaborative self-governance that empowers teachers, parents, and students. I'm proud to say that we've accomplished all three of these goals. We have expanded enrollment and plan to be at capacity in the fall. We have attracted a diverse student body, and we've created an inclusive, collaborative, and engaged community of staff, parents, and learners. I'm now going to introduce one of our fabulous multi-age teachers, Emily Bilo, who will discuss our educational program.
Thank you, Luke. Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and the members of the State Board. My name is Emily Bilo-Carell, and I'd like to highlight some of the important features of our educational program. First being our student-centered, curiosity-driven, inquiry-based curriculum that actively engages all of our students, grade K through 5, in deep thematic inquiry units where their questions are encouraged and expected. Teachers help to guide the students in their research process to uncover answers to their questions in an authentic way, where student choice and collaboration is highly valued. I'd also like to highlight our multi-age classrooms. Students spend 2 years at a time with the teacher. They cycle through being the younger student and the older student in the classroom, so mentee, mentor. And this leads to a deep knowledge of student needs on the part of the teacher. It creates a rich, connected, joyful community where students are known and families are known, and it creates a very comfortable, tight community. Next page, please. We have a varied and experienced staff to meet the needs of our students, including an EL, an intervention teacher, family outreach coordinator. We also have a community council of parents and teachers who help make decisions on a day-to-day basis. And we have 9 classroom teachers that are highly experienced, and an additional number of teachers in our support staff. Next page. We're proud to be a more diverse school in Marin County. And this chart demonstrates that our school population aligns more closely with Marin's population, which has been an important goal for us. I just like to point out that our Hispanic or Latino population is 27.8%, our white population 53.6%, and 20% of our students are English learners. Next page. All right. We're also happy to be a continually growing school as more families choose RVC each year. Presently, we're close to our maximum capacity. We have 90 new applicants for the 21-22 school year. 28% or over 20% of our students are eligible for free and reduced price lunch, which is 3 times the district's percentage. Our English learner percentage is 20%, which is 5 times the district's percentage. We have a high retention and satisfaction rate. We've worked hard to cultivate a warm and welcoming community for all families that values and promotes diversity, and we actively incorporate diverse perspectives into our school culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And as she just described our program, we have seen great results as borne out by the state test scores, with our English language arts scores having 82.98% of our students meeting or exceeding standard. For math, 73.4% of our students meet or exceed standard. For science, 78.05% meet or exceed standard. And then really looking at the year-over-year growth from our 2 years of test scores, you can see that overall for school-wide growth, we grew in both ELA and math. And then our white students, and then our other subgroups grew substantially year over year in ELA and math. This is our Hispanic and Latino student growth, our economically disadvantaged student growth, and our English learner student growth. And digging in further on our English learner student growth, just kind of seeing where the kids came when we first had them our first year, and then their progress on the LPAC the year after, as measured by the California dashboard, you'll see that we attained a high progress level as compared to the state and the closest comparison school in the district. And then in March 13th, when we found out that we had to pivot quickly to address the needs of our kids when schools closed down in Marin, we worked with our county health office to quickly reopen in distance learning, and we did that the first day after. And we've had a hybrid model this school year, moving to in-person instruction in November, and we are moving to full-time in-person instruction after spring break. And we thought it was really important to focus on the social and emotional well-being of our students during this time and ensure that we're continuing to provide support for our English learners and our special education students with services for them for the duration, including during the summer, incorporating all of our key elements of who we are. I'm going to pass it over to our board chair, Sharon Sagar.
Thank you. So we're really pleased to have moved to our own site 2 years ago with a long-term lease, which helped to remove much of the community conflict over having our school housed on a shared campus. We've made several upgrades to our new facility this past fall that have enabled us to better serve our students, including upgrades to our path of travel, accessibility, and fire, life, and safety systems. We're grateful to our excellent charter oversight officers that we've worked with during our first 5 years, Chad O's and Matt Huddleston. And they've supported us in our efforts as well as helping us to continue to improve our systems and practices. We've also developed working relationships with other school districts and have developed a good working relationship with the Marin County Office of Education. Recently, we were invited to present a workshop to other school districts about our Diversity and Inclusion Committee's interactive newsletters. So our Diversity and Inclusion Committee presented to other districts, and those newsletters were shared to many other districts in the county. We've also shared with our parents and helped to build a more inclusive community. We're grateful for the positive recommendations for our renewal, and we accept all of the revision recommendations that have been given. We always continue to follow cycles of continuous improvement, and we're addressing any areas that kept us from meeting the high achieving designation. Our staff is always working to better meet the needs of our students and families. We look forward to answering any questions you have and hearing any feedback. And we thank you so much for your time today.
Does that conclude the Ross Valley presentation?
Yes, thank you, Member Strauss. Yes, that concludes our presentation.
Okay, so now we're going to hear from the school district, and the school district will now have 12 minutes.
Turn my screen sharing on just a minute here. All right, can everybody see the presentation up on the screen?
So it's in presenter view, so
okay.
We can't.
Hold on, let me see if I can.
I haven't started your 12 minutes yet, so.
Let me go ahead and see if I can get this up. How's that? Still presenter view?
We can't see it.
Okay, just a minute. Share screen. Let me see if this one works. Just a minute. And
that's better.
There. How about that?
No, actually, you might go back to the other view because we could see the screen a little better. Yeah.
Can you see the screen now?
Yeah. So that's better. Right now is good. Okay, we'll start your 12 minutes now.
Can you hold on 1 second? Are you seeing it in presenter mode or just the in just the regular PowerPoint mode?
No, we can see this full slide now.
But it's just in regular PowerPoint mode, not in presenter mode at the moment.
Okay, hold on a second. Just let me get this. How about that?
It didn't make a change.
Sorry about that. Just a minute.
The technical challenges of remote.
Exactly. Hold on a second. It was working earlier. Let me get back to share screen here. Hold on.
Let me know if you want me to try, Shelley.
Okay. Let me do it one more time here. And
you need to uncheck the presenter view.
Yeah, like, let me look and see here. Okay, I'm taking it off that, and how about that?
It's showing.
Is it showing in presenter view or just on the screen?
It looks like your screen.
Okay.
Hit from beginning now and see.
Resume slideshow. Let's see what that looks like. How about that? Still? Still.
Well, we need to.
Okay. All right. Well,
I think you're okay. We can see it.
Do you?
The question is moving to the next slides, but we'll.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You may begin.
Okay. Hello. I'm Superintendent Marcy Trahan. I'd like to thank you for considering the comprehensive analysis we've provided as you make this very important decision.
Oh, shoot. Hold on a second. There.
Unlike charter schools, our student demographics are limited by our district boundaries. Comparing RVC to the district creates a misperception that certain students are leaving the district to attend RVC. This is not the case, as you can see from this slide. Unfortunately, neither CDE nor RVC have provided the detailed enrollment data we've requested. We welcome all students from all over the region and embrace all families who want to come to our schools. Now I'd like to hand it over to our board president, Shelley Hamilton. Thank you.
Hi. Recently, a few people have asked me why I care about this particular issue, and it's actually a pretty simple answer. It's because of the kids. At the end of the day, the reason for our denial is about what's best for kids, all kids. Now, more than ever, they need a future that they can count on and equitable outcomes that support all learners. Students going on to middle school academically unprepared, and thousands of families across the state whose lives have been disrupted when their schools ran out of money and abruptly closed their doors, and many more in districts that have had to suddenly adjust their classrooms and budgets to welcome those kids back. It's just not good for the kids, and we shouldn't be playing high-stakes monopoly with our children's future. And that's exactly why this new AB 1505 review process exists, to proactively do what's best for both charter and district families, rather than have to reactively pick up the pieces after the fact or make up for educational gaps down the line. As stewards of a greater good, you are publicly entrusted to make this decision for the educational future of our children, not just on behalf of the families that attend any one school or in any one district like ours, but on behalf of all 6.1 million students in our state. Today, you will make a precedent-setting decision under AB 1505. Today, you will consider how the legislative intent of accountability is to be interpreted. You will decide how high of a bar you want to set in overturning or in honoring the decisions of locally elected school boards, like the one I sit on. And having been thrust into this precedent-setting spotlight here in Marin, we feel the responsibility to be allies with our school board colleagues across the state, from LA Unified up the Central Valley and on over to the East Bay. And instead of speaking for them, we've dedicated some time for you to hear directly from them, from Mike Hutchison, a trustee at Oakland Unified School District. Mike? Mike, are you there?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, it's a quick, small technical difficulty there. So, hi, my name is Mike Hutchinson, and I'm a school board director here in Oakland, California. And I'm very happy today to be here to support our neighbors across the Bay in Ross Valley. The intent of Assembly Bill 1505 was really to strengthen local control over decisions of granting charters and charter renewals. And your decision today is going to have implications for a lot of us across the state. In Oakland, we have the highest rate of charter schools in the state of California. Many of those came when we were taken over by the state, and they were imposed on us by a state administrator. Since then, the number of charter schools in Oakland has only grown, where today we have roughly 1/3 of our schools are charter schools. And of those 43 charter schools, 7 were approved by the county and 1 was approved by the state, effectively disenfranchising our community and taking away our ability to control who we pay to educate our students. I'm really encouraging you today to stand up with our statewide network that fought to get this bill passed and to back local decision makers in these decisions. It's very important for all of us going forward, and I cannot stress enough that I'll probably be in Sacramento soon myself defending our school district against renewal or application to this charter school. Please defend our local democratically elected decision makers. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. We really appreciate you being with us today. Thank you so much. Sorry for that technical difficulty. So now you are going to hear from a local community member who also just happens to be a national expert on public finance. Patrick, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thanks. Good afternoon to the board, and thank you. As was mentioned, my name's Patrick Murphy, and I live in the Ross Valley community. I also have about 3 decades of experience on public finance issues. And I guess in the current environment, I feel the need to state that I don't consider myself anti-charter. And in fact, I think just about anyone who would look at my resume would pretty much decide almost the opposite. Saying that, though, I am here to say that my review suggests that Ross Valley Charter is not a fiscally sustainable entity. I come to that conclusion after reviewing the materials that were presented as part of this appeal. But I actually went back to look at the documents that were publicly made available in conjunction with board meetings, going back each month to the 2017-2018 school year. From that review, the thing that stuck out the most was the fact that RVC has been relying very much on either one-time money or borrowing to meet their regular expenses, make ends meet, if you will. And I liken this to the individual who, essentially lives from credit card to credit card, paying for daily expenses. And that gets them to the end of the month. At any one time, the picture might be okay, but overall, it usually ends badly. And for a public school, this is not a great idea. If we go to the next slide, you've heard up to now that the financial picture, at least as determined by staff, is okay for RVC. I obviously disagree with that. And I think part of the disagreement comes from the fact that the reviews have been done based on a curated set of snapshots of the financial picture of RVC and doesn't have the complete picture. I don't think there's been the context or history to make an evaluation of that experience. And perhaps more importantly, there aren't regulations to accompany AB 1505 yet in terms of what the standard is. For example, we had in the FCMAT letter using or at least referencing a private entity standard to make a determination, which again doesn't strike me as a great way to make this assessment. Perhaps my biggest concern, however, comes from the documents themselves. Those that were publicly available that I reviewed have been at best problematic and opaque. They were inconsistent in both their content, their timing. There's no way to reconcile numbers. And in fact, at one point, there was a very odd situation where RVC had submitted to the CDE for two different purposes, one for this appeal and another to try to get deferrals, be exempt from deferrals, which had cash flows, which said different things for obviously different purposes, but again, quite troubling. So from where I sit, I don't see RVC as a sustainable entity. I would respectfully suggest that you haven't been provided with a complete assessment of its fiscal health. I would note that the FCMAT letter itself is simply a snapshot of one point in time. And so absent those things and absent a standard at which you can compare them, I would respectfully suggest that you don't approve this appeal, particularly for the precedent it'll set. Thank you.
So similarly opaque is the academic performance analysis that you were provided by RVC and CDE. The numbers in the table that you see here on the left were taken directly from the CDE report. However, the CDE analysis does not represent what was intended under section 47607.2b1. This section, in fact, makes no mention of improvement, and instead it focuses on comparative annual performance. All the green areas that you see on the tables show that when you break down the data into the subgroups, RVC underperforms the district at least 80% of the time for both years. And on the right side is an example of the equity gap charts that we provided to you. Again, from a comparative analysis, RVC's equity gaps are much larger than the district's, 100% of the time for both ELA and math and for both years. And that's even with their second year improvement. So about that improvement, that actually is what's under section 47607.2b3. And while RVC has been in operation for 4 years, the only improvement data you have is one single data point from one single source. And you don't have any analysis to explain why that data point is so inexplicably out of sync with averages from other schools and districts across the state. One oddball data point from one source is definitely not clear or compelling. And since you can't get a full picture for all years and all grades just from CASP scores, section 47607.2b3, as envisioned under AB 1505, clearly requires other verified academic assessment data in addition to state indicators or CASP, so that decisions can be made on clear and convincing evidence. Despite RVC's minimal CASP data, RVC did not provide and CDE did not require any additional academic assessment data with which to substantiate your approval. None. There's nothing. So if you approve this appeal without this data, you're setting a dangerous precedent that doesn't follow the law. And, you know, academic accountability seems to be one thing that we can all agree on. Without that and demonstrated financial sustainability, you simply don't have what you need to justify going against the legislative intent of AB 1505 in overturning our locally elected school board's decision to deny this renewal. And in closing, I want to turn to Sue Ann Evans.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it's switched on.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you've seen me here before. I've been doing this for a long time, working in the charter world. And I have actually been pretty struck by how this process has unfolded. You've certainly seen our materials. There's been a lack of transparency. There's been a lack of communication. I've heard a lot today in the general agenda about collaboration. That has been entirely absent from CDE and
excuse me, your time is now up. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'll just, if you could look at the screen, that's my timer just set that we're out of time. But these are the options that we're asking the board to consider.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I appreciate both Ross Valley Charter and the district for your presentation. We're going to open up the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide. So let's see if we can get the slide up right now.
I need the previous presenter to stop sharing their screen. Thank you.
All right, so you're going to call 712-770-5316. Your access code is 433-7117. So I just want to remind you to turn down the speaker volume of your computer if you're following the live feed. You will be limited to 1 minute. And also, I'm going to remind all callers that you need to be very respectful when you make your comments, public comments to the board regarding this item. So are there any public comments on this item 8?
Yes, we have 25 at the moment.
Please begin.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Is it me? My name is Heather Bennett, and I'm a parent of 2 children here in the Ross Valley School District. I have been in front of this board several times now, once bringing you a hard copy, I believe, of what was over 2,000 signatures of Ross Valley citizens and parents asking you to please rescind this charter. Please know that no matter how many people may show up today to support our public school district, know that it is not all of us. We are the majority, but this community is exhausted by this ongoing battle. We need this to end. Years ago, when I was president of the PTA and as a parent at Manor School, I saw with my own eyes how these very same teachers of the charter turned away students with special needs or who were brown or black or spoke a different language. These same teachers are now exploiting these students to try and boost their lagging enrollment. And now, as so many of us fully expected, when you disaggregate the...
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
My name is Erin Heath. I'm a resident of Ross Valley. This is a precedent-setting decision. The findings by the district's third-party financial expert indicate this charter will be insolvent before the end of the year. More concerning, the analysis of their test scores using disaggregated data shows a significant equity gap between native English speakers and English learners. Their own director expressed concerns about his teachers' ability to effectively serve their EL students. This is a very real issue. I urge you not to dismiss the district's thorough analysis, which followed all AB 1505 guidelines. The CDEs did not, and the individual who oversaw the analysis for the CDE has been discredited. The children of our state deserve better. As AB 1505 intended, please rely on the exhaustive analysis of the district and their third-party experts and deny Ross Valley Charter's petition for renewal. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now. Caller, are you there?
Hello, my name is Paula Connolly, and I am an RVSD parent as well as president of our local high school's parent club. On November 10th, my community school board voted unanimously to deny RVC's renewal petition. Prior to this meeting, you received close to 100 letters from members of our local community who opposed this renewal, including one from the California Teachers Association. This is nearly double the numbers of letters you've received in support of the renewal. Please honor AB 1505 as you make this precedent-setting decision. Please honor our local school board and our local community who are intimately familiar with the operations of RVC and have the best interest of the students at heart. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon, President Darling Hammond and board members. My name is Gina Plate from the California Charter Schools Association, speaking in strong support of Ross Valley Charter School. CCSA has worked with Ross Valley, the team, for the last 5 years. Initially on their original submission, we supported them through their approval. We worked as thought partners throughout their term, and we're now advocating for their renewal. 5 years ago, Ross Valley made a commitment to this board, their community, and most importantly, their students, to serve them with excellence, and they've made good on that promise. They meet all renewal criteria under the applicable renewal standard, and their data and outcomes demonstrate increases in academic achievement for all students and all subgroups, which clearly grants them renewal for a 5-year term under AB 1505. We kindly request your approval for the renewal of Ross Valley Charter. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon. This is Sarek Minsky on behalf of the California County Superintendent's Educational Services Association, representing the 58 county superintendents and schools. This designation by the board, in this case to a county office, is the first of its kind under AB 1505. There are 2 more renewal appeals coming to the board in May and potentially more than 30 to follow. We want these designations to be successful, both for the students and for the new authorizer. This means being able to participate in the consultation and lead up to the board's designation. It means having time to operationalize these new responsibilities, and it means having process. Not every designation will go to a county office, but we hope to be your partner in building out this new process. We look forward to working with the board to ensure future authorizer transfers will be successful under AB 1505. Thank you for your time.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Edward Yates. I'm a government transparency attorney in San Francisco, California. I represent Robin Goldman in regard to RVC's petition. I request that the board provide me an extra 30 seconds or so, given the time and trouble Ms. Goldman has taken in this case and that she's retained me. This board should deny RVC's petition because of the disturbing pattern of incompetence by CDE staff and oversight of RVC. Not Mr. Thurman, but the civil service staff and the CSD. CDE staff appear to deliberately violate the Public Records Act several times over the last 3 years by withholding records that were only released when I had to make a demand and your general counsel prudently released the records. Other incompetence, CDE staff possibly violated FERPA and the civil rights of all RVC children by sending my client.
No, you said to cut him off.
Do we have another caller?
The last caller, you were accidentally cut off by me. My apologies. Please call back in. Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Kim Lewis, and I'm a parent in this school district. As a parent within the school district and an accountant, I'd like to point out that RVC's presentation of their financial position is vastly different than what's being presented here. What was presented at school board meetings was almost $1 million in debt versus the $400,000 shown here in analysis of the analysis of the independent accountant of their information shows they are not economically viable. Please listen to the consultant and our local board as they have been monitoring properly as the CDE has not done so. I encourage you to deny this charter.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon. Carlos Machado with the California School Boards Association. CSBA supports the Ross Valley School District's denial of the renewal of the Ross Valley Charter Petition. The legislature clearly intended to return charter schools to local control through AB 1505. This is because local school districts and county offices of education are better suited to understand the educational needs of students in their area and the community impacts of charter schools. By approving a renewal that the district board voted down by a 5-0 vote, the state board will remove the important local control built into current law. The Board of Trustees vote was based on reasonable concerns, including the debt held by the charter school. As a result, CSBA urges the board to deny the renewal petition of Ross Valley Charter. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Rob Sandusky, a community member and parent. I ask the SBE to honor the decision of the Ross Valley School District in the intent of AB 1505 and their denial of the Ross Valley Charter's renewal petition. To override the recommendation of local publicly elected officials amounts to taxation without representation. The review of the Ross Valley Charter Schools program by RVSD was extensive, thorough, and based on expert testimony and years of experience with RVC and their leadership. Many red flags were raised in the RVSD report. Importantly, the disaggregated information data showing an achievement gap and underserving of heavily recruited ELL students, and across the program, finance, and governance. It should have triggered a complete and thorough independent audit of RVC's entire program. That this hasn't been done previously despite 5 years of complaints by the district and the local community to the CDE demonstrates insufficient oversight by RVC's authorizing agency. Again, I ask the SBE honor AB 1505 and the findings of the locally elected RVSD officials, or at least conduct a complete, thorough, and independent audit of the data related to the Ross.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon. My name is John Butler, and I'm a Ross Valley community member, and I strongly support the Ross Valley Charter School and the tremendous benefits it has brought to our community. While our school district is engaged in incredibly dishonest and aggressive assault on the charter and singled out its most valuable and vulnerable families, RVC has instead focused on serving its diverse students, building community with their families, while providing them an exemplary, meaningful education. RVC is more than earned a 5-year renewal. Thank you for your time.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Meryl Machino, and I'm an RVC parent.
I also have another caller on this line, so I'm asking for 2 minutes for two different, 1 minute each for two different callers. As an RVC parent, it's really sad to hear the misinformation that our local school district has been spreading to its families about our school. That's a lot of the calls that you're hearing. It's coming straight from the school district. For our family, moving to RVC from the Ross Valley School District made a night and day difference in the engagement and academic success of our kids. Having classrooms where children are recognized, understood, and having their curiosity channeled constructively makes kids feel valued. It was not how they felt in the school district. It's wonderful to see our kids actually engaged in school, want to go to school, and be able to shine academically and have their test scores improve. RVC is a safe and welcoming school for all children and families.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller? Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Your time begins now.
State Board members, my name is Lorraine Richards and I am representing the California Teachers Association. CTA is concerned with the CDE's approach to Ross Valley Charter appeal. It undermines the intent of the legislature regarding the renewal process for State Board authorized charters under 47605.9. The district board voted unanimously to deny the renewal petition and issued notices of violation as outlined in 47607E. RVC has challenged the district's authority to issue notices of violation, but not to other aspects of their authority to consider its renewal petition. This position is untenable, and it disregards the legislative intent of AB 1505 to return chartering authority from the State Board to local educational agencies. CTA requests that CDE and State Board addresses these concerns so that the process moving forward for State Board authorized charters respects the clear intent of the legislature. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi. Hello, my name is Michael Miller, and I'm a parent of a RVC 9-year-old. My daughter, she goes there and in Fairfax, and she had previously been in a private school in Marin and was having some difficulties with reading and math, and that was before the pandemic. Her needs weren't being properly addressed, and in fact, her progress reports were very negative and critical and not very empathetic with her situation. When the pandemic hit, her prior school was ill-equipped to handle the online learning, and I was expected to print up most of the assignments myself, and it was very time-consuming and difficult. My wife and I felt so lost with nowhere to turn. Then we were so fortunate to find RVC. From the beginning, we were warmly welcomed by the entire staff. They genuinely care about our daughter and put a solid plan together for her future development. And she has been blossoming since she's been at RVC. And I'm so happy. I don't know where we would be without them. We are so appreciative of their efforts. They truly care about us.
Your time is up, caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Victoria Canby, and my son goes to RVC. He's a young third grade, long-haired American Indian boy, and he loves his school. His school creates a unique and inspiring academic place for him, socially, emotionally supportive, creative, and inspiring, inclusive community. And I wanted for my child. I've worked at 2 different schools at Ross Valley School District, and although they have a lot of strengths, right now they were not a good fit for my family. If Ross Valley School District is concerned about the best interests of the children, I would hope that they would be inclusive and support the thriving community of RVC, which has been a gift for my family. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
My name is David Drury. I live in the Ross Valley District, and I've been a parent and volunteer at RVC for the last 3 years. The one-size-fits-all approach that traditional public schools offer does not work for all kids. It's great to see charts and graphs and theories and all that, but as a volunteer, I have seen firsthand the transformation of kids who have come to RVC. I'm talking about kids with severe learning disabilities, English language challenges, or sensitivities that don't find a place in traditional schools. There was this one kid, all the public school could do with him was lock him in a padded isolation room all day. When he came to RVC, he was shown love and acceptance. It took months, but he came around, learned to trust, and found his place. Today, he is a model student. That is just one extreme example, but this same model of love, acceptance, and individually paced learning is happening for a couple of hundred kids every.
Your time is up, caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hello, my name is David Talamo, and I'm a Ross Valley Charter parent. This is the 4th year my daughter's been in the school, and it's been a delight to see the diversity in the school, the strength of the school community, to have opportunities to participate in what is a really strong school community, to see the devotion of the teachers and the broad array of needs that are being met by students in the school. As a result, my daughter's a lifelong learner and has a lot of enthusiasm for school. As a marriage and family therapist working in the community, I see all the time kids and teens who have struggled in school and been turned off by it. I'm delighted this school exists, and I hope they will be allowed to continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller?
I just spoke.
Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
My name is Zoe Soleil, and I'm a biracial former Ross Valley Charter School student. At RVC, everything done in class was made for students to grow their minds. There were always ways to create challenges or remove obstacles depending on each student's work stamina. It wasn't names and dates, it was stories in times of change. When you walk onto the RVC campus, the walls are colored by the brilliance of children's creations and all their stories to share. You aren't just asked to put pen to paper, you're invited to travel with the ink, to share and to think. My best takeaway from the school was the connections I made. Even as a 7th grader, as I explore and write about the suffragists in the early 1900s, and even as I run my business as an artist on the daily, I find myself turning to my teachers from RVC to seek advice, edits, and different perspectives. When you have a teacher at RVC, you have a teacher for life, because at the Ross Valley Charter School, curiosity is empowered. Please keep this school.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Please begin now.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Frisch, and I'm the parent of a child who's at Ross Valley Charter School. I wanted to express my support for the school. My family has been welcome at RVC since we started looking at it years ago. The inquiry-based educational model has really worked for my child and allowed him to explore subjects on a deeper level that he might not have gotten in a different type of classroom. My son is from a multi-ethnic background. He's biracial, and we have a very diverse family. And that diversity has been welcomed and embraced at RVC in a way that we've never experienced at any other school with our children, including with my older child, who's now a freshman in college. The focus on social and emotional skills has been key for my son. This was never something that I'd seen in either of my children's academic experience, and it has been very, very important for him. Students are supported.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Natalie Long. I'm a parent of 2 blossoming boys at RVC. I wholeheartedly believe in public schools, and I believe that the traditional post-industrial era system needs some serious disruption. Kids are being forced to perform for the test. They're stressed out, anxious, and depressed. And many neurodiverse students are shamed for being different instead of celebrated for their unique strengths. I chose RVC for its inquiry-based approach and for being the only public elementary school that had this child-led approach, inclusive special ed, and diverse lived experiences. When I met with my local elementary school principal, she said, "I wish we could do that. My hands are so tied." I believe to create lifelong learners in a world where we have no idea what the future holds, we need to move the public system to more of an inquiry-based approach. I wish the Ross Valley School District would take more of a partnership approach with us and use us as an experiment to bring more child-led and curiosity-fueled.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
My name is Julie Quater. I'm a Ross Valley area resident who strongly supports the charter. RVC is a school that provides effective and innovative education to a wide diversity of students that your own state experts confirm is operating with fiscal health and stability. I hope you will allow them to continue their important work in educating those wide range of students as they also serve their families. Thank you so much.
Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
My name is Justin Taplin. I'm a local community resident. I'm phoning to ask that the SBE uphold the decision by the Ross Valley School District and the intent of AB 1505 and deny the renewal of this charter. I'd ask you to base that decision on the overwhelming evidence and data that's been presented by the district as well as other outside experts and not on emotional appeals and anecdotes that you're hearing. This is an important decision and it has to be based on evidence, especially evidence showing that when you disaggregate the data for academic performance, RVC is not meeting the needs of its most at-risk students. The district has spent years trying to work with RVC leadership who have proven that they have severe financial and governance issues, many of which have been outlined in detail with supporting evidence here today. Please uphold the intent of AB.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. My name is Kimberly Hicks. I'm a parent at RVC. We chose RVC because of its emphasis on inclusion in schools. Specifically, RVC passed a policy 2 years ago to better support transgender and gender nonconforming students. The policy allows for students and their families to develop a personalized support plan rather than relying on generalized protections. I can say that this policy has made a world of difference for our child who feels supported and protected by staff and the community to express herself authentically. We have been able to advocate for her further through Ross Valley Charter's Diversity and Inclusion Committee, which is an active school community of caregivers and educators, and we're dedicated to amplifying the voices of those who are traditionally underserved. I strongly support this school. Thank you.
Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 moment. Your time begins now.
Hi there. My name is Stephen Ledine. I strongly support the state approving the renewal of Ross Valley Charter. I had 2 children attend, and they really benefited from the program. My oldest joined with significant reading challenges, and when she graduated, she excelled in this unique learning environment and the multi-age approach. I found the teachers and staff to be excellent and well organized. I'm a bit stumped by the small and well-funded opposition. It seems like an emotional struggle for control rather than a sincere concern for students and improvement in learning, as they state. RVC is under great scrutiny, and I've always seen they've kept excellent records and reports as a result. The CDE's website encourages charters to provide vigorous competition and develop better learning, and I think RVC achieves this very well. I hope you'll make your determination based on facts. Thank you so much.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hello, I am Cheryl Flick, parent of 2 at Ross Valley Charter School, and I wholeheartedly support the renewal. I happen to be an accountant, and I can attest to there being a conservative approach to budgeting and decision-making. From startup mode 4 years ago through and including this pandemic, the district allegations to the contrary are simply false. As a parent, I most love the integration of social-emotional learning, benefiting all kids' engagement with school, including mine. And I celebrate the school's radically inclusive focus on serving students facing socioeconomic disadvantages, students with learning differences, and all the various differences of the rainbow. Please renew our charter. Thank you for your time.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hello, this is Eric Premack with the Charter Schools Development Center. We've worked with the Ross Valley folks since the school's inception and always found them to be very resourceful, competent, and focused on sound financial management. We regret the very emotional opposition by some at the local level and believe it demonstrates the importance of having the county and state appeal processes. Based on my 30-plus years of in-depth experience on school finance at the school district and charter school level, it's very clear that they're financially well-managed and sustainable. The debt ratios are normal for schools of this sort, and we support the CDE staff and its hard work and the ACCS recommendation to grant the appeal and hope that the board will vote to do so. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Lisa Kanan. I'm an active public education volunteer across multiple school districts and am a resident in the Ross Valley School District with no personal connection to RVC. Marin County, with fewer students than neighboring counties' consolidated districts, has 17 distinct school districts, most of which have extremely regressive restrictions on interdistrict transfers. We have segregation by zip code. MCOE provides local control authority with locally elected officials who can enable students to break through these artificial obstacles. RVC is one of the very few local public options. Families with English language learners and those lacking financial freedom to defy geographic barriers and exert choice to break down the artificial barriers to integration presented by zip code. Standardized assessments don't measure belonging and inclusion. They should. When families opt in, they vote with their feet to demonstrate where they feel their children are best served. This program, having grown out of a district program of choice, has faced adversity and hostility by its prior oversight body and divisive attacks. Hopefully, once out from under these challenges, they can return to focusing on what they...
Thank you, caller. Your time is over. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Sam Lewick. I am a father of 2 with RVC, and I appreciate the need for local control. It's been discussed here, but I think this is really important. This process shows how important it is, how vital it is to protect the interests of a local school from a hostile school district and a vocal faction. The facts and evidence in the CDE process recommended approval, yet the district and its supporters are now attacking the process. I think that's representative of their approach for the last several years, and I'm really sorry it's gone this way. Thank you for your time.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller? Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller?
Sorry, this is Amy Flynn. I'm a Ross Valley resident. Good afternoon, board. I'd like to urge you to deny the renewal of this charter, which has never come close to meeting their stated enrollment numbers, which has had shady financial dealings and has been mired in debt since its inception, which has had very questionable governance since its inception, and which was denied not once but twice by our locally elected school board and our locally elected county officials. Please return the decision-making back to the local level. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Zach Cortez, and I'm a parent of an emerging learner here at RBC. I spent the first half of my career as an educator and advocate for children, serving as a California credentialed teacher and administrator with a master's in educational leadership. Previously, I'd been skeptical of charter schools' true impact, and then I had children. Understanding the special needs of my child, I knew the widely adopted approaches of public education would not support my child's unique learning needs. I was thrilled when we learned about the RVC community and ecstatic when I actually was able to see the education in practice. I am asking you to please renew the charter. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon. My name is Vladimir Ivanovich, and I'm a trustee of the Los Altos School District, and I'm also pursuing a doctorate in education leadership at San Jose State University. My dissertation topic is equity and charter schools. I urge this board to deny Ross Valley Charter Schools' appeal of a decision by the local LEA to deny their renewal petition. I think there are procedural, financial, and analysis issues should be taken into consideration. But for me, there are sufficient and necessary grounds for denial of RVC's appeal because of the abysmal performance of RVC in closing the educational gaps of our most vulnerable groups, English language learners, low SES, and Latino Hispanic subgroups. RVC does far worse than the district, the county, and the state in closing equity gaps, and arguably makes the problem worse. I direct you to pages 43 to 50 of Exhibit E of...
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Quintana Pilling, and I am a resident of Ross Valley and a parent at Ross Valley Charter. I strongly support the renewal of RVC's charter. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our community. My son is currently in 5th grade and has been at RVC since its start, and I have watched him blossom into an independent learner. One of the reasons I was so interested in the program is because the kids remained with the teacher for 2 years. This has been tremendously helpful as my son is initially very introverted. He is in 5th grade now, and I would say that his 1st, 3rd, and 5th year have been his best because he was comfortable with the teacher and the teacher understood his strengths and supported him. He has embraced taking the leadership role in his 2nd year with each teacher, and this has done so much to boost his confidence and independent thinking. Again, I strongly support the renewal of RVC's charter. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Tanya. I'm a parent of a child at Ross Valley Charter. And I just want to point out the number of families that are calling in and remind everyone that while there's politics around all of this, there's also a large number of families who are very happy there and thriving, and to not renew would displace so many children and families in a time when the world is already upside down. It's been the most diverse school and social-emotional, and it's really a great place, and I think you should renew. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Emma Rake, and I'm a parent at RVC, and I strongly support the renewal of this phenomenal school. I have spent a lot of time in the classrooms volunteering since my daughter began 3.5 years ago, and I am continually amazed by the level of dedication, passion, and positivity of all the teachers and staff. My child is thriving here in academic and social-emotional development because of the level of care and excellence that is given to every child. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Hugh Roberts, and I live within the Ross Valley School District boundaries. I have 2 kids. Both went to Ross Valley Charter for at least part of their school, and they benefited greatly from being there. The teachers are excellent, and the school is a real asset to our community. The reasons that the district gave for the denial of the charter are not fair, do not represent an honest statement of the facts as is required by their duty under the law. The district opposes the charter not because it is concerned about the RVC students or the RVC finances, but because it doesn't want parents to have a choice in where their kids go or what kind of school they attend. Everyone in this district will be better off if the district spent our shared resources on supporting the students instead of trying to shut down a school and remove a valuable choice to parents in our community. Please approve the renewal of the charter. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, this is Edward Yates again. I appreciate you allowing me to call back in. I'll continue my presentation on behalf of Ms. Goldman. Other problems that CDE staff has caused in this process is that they have possibly violated FERPA and civil rights of all RVC children by sending my client unredacted attendance records. Those records later conflicted with what your CSD staff relied on to make this decision. CDE staff has apparently allowed RVC and at least one other facility to operate in a non-ADA compliant facility for at least a year. And notably, nobody's brought up the elephant in the room. The CDE staff failed to do any due diligence in the hiring process by hiring a failed former charter school CEO who is reported in newspapers to allegedly have made white supremacist statements. This is the expert that CDE, CSD staff relied upon. Given this disturbing lack of due care and competence by CDE staff.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Paige Hersey, and I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Ross Valley Charter, and I've been an educator for over 20 years. My comment is simple. Not renewing the charter for Ross Valley Charter School would have a significant negative impact on children, families, and our community. Ross Valley Charter is a thriving, progressive learning environment. Even amidst the pandemic, my child and our family have found a welcoming and innovative school community at RVC. The school successfully serves the children in our community as evidenced by a number of measures. Ross Valley Charter prioritizes equitably serving a diverse student population. I urge the Commission to renew Ross Valley Charter's school charter to preserve a valuable option that positively impacts children, families, and our community every day. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hello. My name is Griff Roberts, and I am an RVC graduate. I would like to say that at RVC, I feel like I learned more in a more inclusive environment. With the multi-age program, I felt like I was more included with the higher age groups, even though I only spent 2 years there. During my year as a fourth grader, I met many friends in many other grades, and in my fifth year, I could help fourth graders, and I made friends in all grades. I talked to people who I may have never talked to, and learned now one of my favorite hobbies there. In those 2 years, I was mainly taught by one teacher, Miss Nina, who was understanding and knew how to help the fourth graders feel at the same level as the fifth graders. I still have most of the friends I met at RVC. I feel like in RVC's inclusive environment, people can help others, and it helps stop age barriers. I would like...
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller? Hello, caller. Are you there? Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Yes, hi, this is Peter Carnican. I'm a parent at RVC Charter, and I grew up going to progressive schools, and it was very important for me to send my son to a place where he could really love learning. I think that the attacks on RVC demonstrate the amount of hatred and distortion. The idea that there would be white supremacists at RVC is a radical distortion. It is, one could argue about the merits of charter schools, but to go to such an extreme shows that the opponents are not thinking clearly. I hope you will approve the petition and reinstate or keep RVC's charter intact. Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hello.
Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hello, my name is Susan Lund, a Ross Valley resident for over 25 years. RVSD's denial is well within the parameters of denial based on AB 1505. After listening to the ACCS meeting last month, I find it very concerning that the CDE is completely ignoring AB 1505 by overriding the decision of our locally elected school board members to deny RVC's renewal. AB 1505 was passed to expand local control by giving increased deference to school districts, our Ross Valley School District Board, to determine whether or not to approve charter petitions and renewals. Please don't disregard our community or our board by overriding our school district. Affirm local control as communities know best how to use their public education funds. I urge you to deny RVC's petition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller. This is a reminder to all callers that there is only 1 minute per caller allowed for this item. Thank you. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Hidat. I'm a parent to a kindergartner. Being first-time parent, it was not easy to find the right school, but the multi-age, inquiry-based curriculum of the RVC has made it easier for our family. Having a different background and me not having attended school in the U.S., it can be a little confusing what to expect from a school. But the teacher is very knowledgeable. She's very understanding of different backgrounds of the kids. RVC has given my kid different ways to express himself and bring his unique creativity into the classroom. Our family had benefited not only from the school, but from the community of the parents. Not only the staff and teachers, which is inclusive, but also the parents community has been able to, add a great value where we felt supported and welcomed. I urge that the RVC continues and please approve the renewal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, caller. Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, this is Christy Kimball. I am a former board member of RVC and a parent of 2 children who attended RVC. You can tell I'm a little emotional about this, but I wanted to strongly urge you to approve RVC's charter petition. This school is an absolute lifesaver as a much-needed free public option that allows families whose children are not thriving in the local district schools to find a better educational environment for their children. All families deserve choices for their children's education, not just wealthy families who can afford private schools. I want to emphasize that RVC has a strong track record in delivering strong learning outcomes for its students. RVC students have consistently exceeded the performance of the local school district, meaning they achieved a higher percentage of students who are proficient and or exceeding standards than the district overall, as measured by the annual state tests in every tested grade and subject since the school opened consistently. That's math, ELA, and science. By the way, in science.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller?
Yes. This is Christopher Walgren, and I just want to say that Ross Valley Charter School has been a fantastic school, strongly in favor of renewing the petition. Our daughter is thriving there. I'm somebody that grew up in Marin and went to public school my whole childhood in Marin, and I can say I did not necessarily thrive at public school in Marin County, but at this Ross Valley Charter, I'm seeing my daughter just blossom. So, highly in favor of Ross Valley Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, this is Sarah Tewksbury. I live in Ross Valley, and I want to say that I watched the ACCS meeting on this topic on February 11th and was extremely disappointed. The behavior of the commissioners and the staff was completely unprofessional, and ACCS did not do a thorough review by any metric. And FICMAT is not impartial, and to call it a third party is simply not truthful. I urge your organization to not tolerate such blatant incompetence, and please don't rubber stamp this. Do a real review on this and all future appeals. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller? Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now. Hello, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Andrea Semets, and I'm a parent of former students who attended RVC. I really urge and support the renewal of RVC. My children I have 3 kids who went through the multi-age program when it was at Manor School and then RVC. And now my high schooler and also my 2 middle schoolers they reflect back on their time in this program, and they wish that something was available like this for the middle schoolers in particular. They really felt like it was a nurturing environment. It was a family and not just a school. And I saw over and over again how many children their needs were met in a way in this school because of the way this program is designed and because of the multi-age classrooms and the intentional effort to focus on that multi-age aspect of this program and the project-based.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. You have 1 minute. Your time begins now. Are you there, caller? All callers who have called in once appear to have been given the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Since there is no other public comment, I'm hereby closing the public hearing at 2:37 p.m. And now we will begin board discussion. First, we're going to ask our liaisons, Sue Burr and Ting Sung, if they would like to make some comments. And then when we move to board discussion, just remember to use the raised hand in the participant panel. So I'll start with our liaisons.
Thank you, Vice President Strauss. So I really want to thank the members of the public who came and provided their testimony and public comments today and taking the time to do that. I know that there's strong feelings on both sides. But as we consider the appeal, there may be a number of issues that have been raised that might have the potential of distracting us from the decision that we need to make regarding the future of Ross Valley Charter School. It's extremely important that we focus on the merits of the petition and whether the school has met the required renewal criteria. I also want to point out that despite claims otherwise, Ross Valley Charter is an SBE authorized charter school and as such must be reviewed under a de novo standard, not under an abuse of discretion standard.
So I just want to associate myself with Ting's remarks as well and just ask board members to focus on the merits of the petition and particularly on the findings, I think, of our own staff, the Department of Education staff on which we rely, as well as the thoughtful deliberations of our advisory committee on charter schools. Because this is our first appeal that we've heard under AB 1505, and to Ting's point about the fact that this was a charter authorized by the state board, not by the local board, I was going to ask Judy if she could just say a word about the distinction between those two renewal standards and what's really before us. And also just to let people know that with respect to the fiscal issues that have been raised, we did ask Mike Fine from the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team, on which we rely for all school districts and LEAs throughout the state, to take a look at some of the issues. And I just wanted to call your attention to the fact that we do have a thoughtful letter from Mike about the issue of the debt. And Mike is available if we have any questions. So if I could, Vice President Strauss, I see that President Darling Hammond is back as well, ask Judy just to talk to us a little bit about the distinction between the two kinds of reviews under AB 1505. Thank you.
Yes, as Stephanie, this is Judy Sias. As Stephanie said in her presentation and members Sun and Burr have said, This is an SB authorized charter school. Ross Valley has been a SB authorized charter school for the last 4.5 years. As such, the state board is the chartering authority, and we have delegated oversight to the CDE as we do for all state board authorized charter schools. AB 1505 did change the standard of review for new charter schools and also for renewal of charter schools for most to an abuse of discretion standard, as Member Burr and Member Sun said. That means there is a reliance on the findings of the district, and those findings can only be overturned if the board makes a finding that they had, the lower board had somehow abused their discretion. However, there is a carve out specifically for state board authorized charter schools that for those charter schools that are coming on renewal, the law is the same as it was pre-AB 1505. And Education Code 47605.9 states that in those cases for SB authorized charter schools for their first renewal, like this one, the board shall apply the law as it read prior to AB 1505 when making their findings. That means that's a de novo standard of review, as Stephanie and Member Sun, Member Burr have said. Now, there were some elements of 1505 that were brought into CDE's review, the renewal criteria, for example. They'll look at verified data, the CAST data, which is on the verified data list that the board adopted back in November. However, the standard of review is de novo. That means it's an independent judgment and independent findings, just like the renewals that you had seen in the past. This is the first one under AB 1505, but it is not going to be the abuse of discretion appeal. You likely won't have one of those until July. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. I really appreciate the clarification. So we're going to go to board member discussion now, and I'll ask you to raise your hand, and I see several. So I'm going to call on Member Rucker, please. It's your turn, and you can start the discussion.
Thank you very much, Board Member Strauss. I have 3 questions, but I'll ask them one at a time so that I can leave room for others to ask their questions, and you can come back to me for a second and then the third round. The 3 questions I have are about the finances, because I am confused about the 2 different numbers. The second question is about the enrollment. And my final question is about the English learner and the English learner information and the condition that was added to the renewal. So I will start with the English learner question. We are spending a lot of time not only talking about English learners and the performance gap, but also in a separate item, we talked about the state literacy plan and the consideration about the development of supports and important supports within the programs for English learners. So I'm not really clear how the condition alone actually will correct or address what was identified as an actual weakness with the English learner program description that the CDE actually called out. So Stephanie, my questions related to this are, what exactly, I understand the county office is going to be responsible for doing the monitoring on this piece. Only thing you have asked them for is to add some simple statements to the plan, but it does not actually clarify the corrections that need to be addressed in their instructional program and how that will shore up the required supports for English learners. Could you clarify that for me?
Yes, you were kind of cutting out a little bit, so I'm hoping that I got the gist of your question. So, we have had oversight of this school for 5 years. They are making tremendous progress with their English learners. We feel that their program is a strong program, even during the distance learning that most schools have been going through. They made extra efforts to meet one-on-one with their EL students. So they have a strong program. I would say that the conditions that we've asked for in terms of strengthening the language in their petition really are so it's clear that those 3 areas that we had listed, clarification around the home language survey, requirement for proficiency is a score of 4, and the updated descriptions seem to be maybe just an oversight and not putting in what they probably should have in their petition, but doesn't really reflect the program they have. Because we've seen the work, and our oversight consultants have worked with them over the last 4.5 years. So we've seen the work they've put in with their ELs, which I think is reflected in those huge growth rates for EL, both in English language arts and math. And so, we also, just so you know, and we do this for all of our appeals, we send the petition to our EL division and our special ed division within the department to look at their program and the language they have in the petition. So, we do turn to our experts to make sure that if there's some sort of lack of clarity in the petition, it's not actually a lack of clarity in their actual program and what they're doing with students in schools. So I think we felt pretty comfortable having been the oversight agency and having worked with them, and our oversight consultants work with the schools pretty closely, that they do have a really strong program there. And as I said, our EL division also looked at it and felt that they had a strong program as well.
Okay. And as I said, I have 2 more questions, but I will wait for a couple of other folks to ask questions, and you can come back to me, board members.
So Member Rucker, stay with us. I just want to make one comment because we don't have any other hands. This is a time for board member discussion and deliberation. So board members can raise their hands and we'll call on you. If we need clarification from district representatives or charter representatives, then we will call on you to clarify. But this is the time for board member discussion. So Member Rucker, go ahead and continue with your other 2 questions.
Okay, thank you. My second question is for the charter itself, and it concerns the ethnic minority enrollment information. I am always sensitive to the way information is presented about percentages and enrollment and actual numbers of students, particularly when it comes to students of color. And when this charter was created, the promise was that it was being created to create choice and to create diversity in a very broadly diverse student population. So in seeing your numbers, you presented a lot of information about the percentages, and you said that 1% of your students are African American. So I'd like you to tell me what the actual numbers are. How many students are enrolled in your school? How many are Hispanic? How many are African American? And what the other ethnic demographics of your school site are?
Hi, this is Luke Duchesne, Director of Ross Valley Charter. If you can give me a moment to get those exact numbers for you, I can come back with those. I just have the percentages in front of me right now. That's
fine. And when you do that, because this was something that was a part of the foundational goals, I'm sorry if you're hearing pounding in the background. I have repairmen at my house. I've been trying to keep that quiet and ask my questions when they're not in the house, so I apologize for that. The second question I have related to that is, what were your enrollment numbers in your first year, and what is the difference between the enrollment numbers you have right now and the enrollment in your first year?
So I could say just overall, our enrollment at the beginning of our first year was 122 kids total, and we're at 204 kids total now. But that doesn't.
And what was the ethnic distribution of that in your first year?
It was slightly less than it is now. It has improved over time. Again, I don't have those numbers exactly right in front of me, but I'll work on pulling those up for you.
Okay, you can come back to me on that, and I can go. I'll ask my third question. That's for our FICMAP person, and I can come back to you if you don't mind that, Board Member Strauss, to give him enough time to get that data together.
Yeah, that was in the. I believe that was in the slide, Member Rucker, as well.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time pulling it up, so that's why I decided to ask for that information.
Okay. So
my third question was about the discrepancy or the difference between the numbers reported by the board about what the obligations are of the charter and the numbers that were reported by the charter. And so, Michael, I'd like to ask you to explain to me, are the reasons why they're reporting such a broad difference in what the obligations are is because they didn't look at the same things, or the board considered other things as obligations that the charter did not have to report as an obligation? I'm not understanding $1 million in obligations versus a six-figure sum of obligations. I don't understand how that big difference could be there.
Thank you for your question, Member Rucker, and good afternoon, President Linda Darling-Hammond and members of the board. My pleasure to be with you today. Most of you are familiar with FCMAT and our work, but let me provide some clarity first before I answer the specific question. First, we are an independent state agency. We aren't part of CDE, so some concern about our independence. We don't report to the CDE or the state superintendent. That's not the structure of our organization. We were asked a specific question about the debt levels here, and that's the only piece of the finances that we looked at. And Member Rucker, to your point, what we started with was their last published independent audit as our starting point, because that audit was accepted by the Controller's Office and have every reason to believe that it's accurate and complete. And then we worked through the course of this current fiscal year. So that last audit was as of June 30th of 2020. We started with those numbers, what was identified both as current liabilities and long-term liabilities. And that's a distinction that's probably not important to you, but is a distinction that's important in the reporting. And then we ascertained the status of each of those and asked the charter school to disclose to us any new debt or anticipated debt that may be incurred in the near term. And we have validated each of those pieces, including with the third-party creditors in most cases. So I can't explain to you how somebody got to $1 million. I could look at the data and disregard those portions that have been paid off or forgiven. And if I disregarded that, I could get you into the $800,000 range, but I can't get you to what I think has happened is somebody rounding off to $1 million. And that's not the case. Their debt on July 1st, the beginning of the fiscal year, was $432,000. All of that debt that is represented in that $432,000 has either been forgiven, paid off, or will be paid off by June 30th of 2021. They've incurred additional debt during the year, one for a construction loan of $355,000, which has monthly payments. So while it may have started at one level, it has gone both up and down based on additional draws of the debt. So as construction proceeded, they drew additional funding out against their total approved funding. And then there is anticipated debt in June that is directly related to the state-imposed apportionment deferrals on school districts and charters, of which they will be impacted. That anticipated debt, we've picked a number and just stuck with it, although I think you all appreciate this is a year full of change and daily revision, not only in our operations, but in school districts' finances. So what we would anticipate they may draw down in June to deal with state apportionment deferrals today will be altered based on ESSER 2, the December federal pandemic relief aid, the ESSER 3, the most recent President Biden initiative, stimulus and pandemic relief, and then AB 86, all of which have transpired in the period of time in which we've kind of looked at the district. And so those have an influence on what their cash position would be in June, and therefore how much short-term cash they need to borrow to mitigate the deferrals. All that said, what we're anticipating is they'll have debt at the end of the year of $613,000, all of which is new this year. So certainly if you added those two numbers together and they're not additive, you could get to $1 million. It would make no sense to add those two numbers together. One's the beginning of the year, one's at the end of the year. So Member Rucker, the chart that's in our letter, and I can review it verbally, is where we have assessed that they are on March 10th. We were asked to look at this on March 2nd, and so we took a look at as current data as we could. That is updated from first interim and should be reflected in their second interim data, which were, of course, due earlier this week to CDE as their oversight and to the county superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your explanation. I do appreciate that. And then I'll go back to RBC. Have you been able to give me, can you give me the answer to the ethnicity question that I asked you?
Yes, I can. So in 2017, we had 26 Hispanic or Latino, which is about 20%, 20.6%. 2 American Indian or Alaskan Native, 10 Asian, 0 Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, 3 Black or African American, 83 white, 1 who identified 2 or more races, and 1 unknown or declined to state. As far as where we are currently, we're at 56 Hispanic or Latino, which is at 27.5%. 0 American Indian or Alaskan Native, 5 Asian, which is half of where we were 4 years ago, 0 Native American or other Pacific Islander, 6 Black or African American, which is double, and 18 2 or more races, which is 19 more or 17 more students than before, and then 6 unknown or declined to state.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So thank you, Member Rucker, for those clarifying questions. I'm looking to see if there are any other board. I don't see any more hands raised, so I'm just I see one. Member Navo.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. I'm really struggling with the perspective differences that CDE has with the district about how to look at the comparative data and fiscal implications. And I think I'm starting to wrap my head around it a bit. So I appreciate the questions Board Member Rucker's asked, which gave me a belief that I do understand where these differences are coming from. For Stephanie, CDE, the middle track for this school, if I understand what I'm reading correctly, the only reason it's in the middle track is because of one metric. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay.
It is. It's the suspension or the absenteeism. I can't remember which one right now, but yes, it's one of those metrics. Otherwise, they would have been placed in the high track.
And it would have never been reviewed.
We still would.
I mean, in the high track, it wouldn't have.
Yeah, we would still do a full review, right. but they would have. There are different review criteria under each performance criteria.
So the only thing that brings it really into the middle track is the one metric.
Yes.
Okay. And in the 5 years, has CDE done its due diligence in oversight, visits, audits, feedback with the school around corrections?
Absolutely. We do site visits every year. Obviously, this year we couldn't because we're all remote. So we did a desk audit, which was pretty thorough and comprehensive. We meet with the school once a month through phone calls, and we have done our oversight. And every year, all the state board authorized schools, we put out a memo. I believe and Judy might correct me, but I think it's in October, where we have academic and fiscal memos for all of the SBE authorized schools. So every year, the board has been able to see where this school is, along with all the other SB authorized schools in terms of their academics and fiscal. We've never had any corrective actions with this school.
Okay, thank you. I'll pause there, Board President Hammond.
Member Darling Hammond? You're still muted.
Thanks. Well, I appreciate the questions about the finances because that was one of the questions, but think the other part of the conversation has been about the quality of the education, and indicators there are generally positive. We heard a lot of parents and former parents and even students talk about the fact that it's an environment in which they feel there's a lot of inclusion, that diversity, racial, ethnic, gender orientation, learner diversity, and learning style diversity is supported. And so I think that means a lot. That's the purpose, the primary purpose of choice in our system. I would note, I was looking up the demographics for the district as we were looking at the demographics for the school. The school appears to be about maybe just a little under 50% students of color. The district is less than 1/4 students of color. So the school has attracted a greater range of diversity, but also diversity of all kinds, I think, to its program, which is one that is multi-age grouping is unusual in many places, and it's what families that are in this school are looking for. So on those grounds and on the grounds of the academic strengths that we've seen, I would be prepared to move acceptance of the CDE motion.
Do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay, so Executive Director Brooks Allen, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Member Sun.
Aye. Mute button, sorry.
No problem. Vice President Strauss.
Yes.
Member Rucker.
No.
Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Patillo-Brownson.
Yes.
Member Navo.
Yes.
Member McQuillan.
Yes.
Member Glover Woods.
Yes.
Member Fatah.
Yes.
President Darling Hammond.
Yes.
Member Burr.
Aye.
The motion carries.
So Stephanie, thank you very much. Thank you for all the callers and the testimony and for all the people who participated in this item. So I just want to announce that we are going to go into closed session this afternoon to hear the case of Capeen versus CDE versus State Board. We are going to continue the meeting tomorrow morning at 8:30. I want to thank the public and let the board know that you should disconnect and look for the link if you don't have it. There's a separate link for the closed session. We're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll come back at 3:15 in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for chairing.